right here, what we're gonna do is go back.
To the beat, y'all, and you don't stop. A freak.
Or could it be that it was all just so simple then? A teenage love, but you say he's just a friend. He moved around and we kept in touch through his friend Mike. The world was young and we knew we couldn't rush, but whenever I got lonely or needed some advice, he gave me his shoulder. His words were very nice, but that is all behind me. 'Cause now there is no other. My love as his and his is mine. My friend became the love of my life. You are my friend, love of my life. Do I can't defeat yet? Love of my life. Without you, baby, feels like a simple true love. Yeah, but this shit ain't clear.
Y'all know how I met her. We broke up and got back together to get her back. I had to sweat her, thought she rolled with bad boys forever. In many ways, them boys made her better. To grow, I had to let her. She needed cheddar and I understood that. Looking for cheese that don't make her a hood rat. In fact, she's a queen to me. Her light beams on me. I love it when she sings to me. It's like that.
You know you rock my world, and you be boy and I'll be girl, and it don't stop till the break of dawn. You know you rock my world, and you be boy and I'll be
Kisses on me, you looking for direction, girl. I feel your vision on me. Just don't let them see you sweating. We ain't supposed to be involved. Knowing when we get it off, girl, I mean it all. Keeping you feeling till you're taking it tossed. And when I'm breaking it off, there's no denying the fact it's wrong. 'Cause you got a man who probably playing his part. You probably breaking his heart. He trying to figure the reason you're gone. Is it 'cause he's superficial, or is he too submissive? Or did I come along and hit you with the futuristic? Or is it 'cause you really couldn't see your future with him? All he bought his paper, never took the time with you to listen. You want it gripped up, flipped and thrown again. known the way to get in the zone, of course. Dealing with this, you won't be taking a loss. You need to leave them alone and bold with the one who breaking you off. We get started. We get started. We get started. Coming to break you off. We get started. Yeah, we get started. We get started. Coming to break you off. Work it with me. Work it out. Work it out. Work it. We get started. Coming to break you off. Brother down the hall, the one you bound to call. Workaholic, so really I'm rarely around at all. What we started got serious repercussions and call. We had a chance to turn back, but look, that was all late nights, twisting something, listening to Niecy sing. She got the beat for you, telling me you deeply appreciate the company, time we spent. I feel the same, it's a shame you ain't my girlfriend. Cause listen, you need a brother with that physical fix that come through in the mix for you with no head tricks or fraud. You need a new position and who can get you open like this eucalyptus, had you ready to go for yours. Come on, work with me, you won't get hurt with me. Just keep it real and you get broken off certainly. Dealing with this, you won't be taking a loss. You need to leave them alone and roll with the one that breaking the wall. We get started. We started. We coming to break you up. I'm started, girl. I'm started. I'm coming to break you. Come on, work with me. Come on, work it out. Come on, work it out. Come on, break it all. Come on, started. Well, started. Coming to break you all.
I remember whips and chains. I remember mirth and pain. I remember many things that make my soul wants to sing. My soul wants to sing. That make my soul wants to sing. My soul wants to sing.
Hi. So, 2, 2. Hey, hi. 1, 2, 2. Mic check. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
I remember
Morning.
whips
Morning.
and chains. I remember
Okay.
mirth and pain. I remember many things that make my soul wants to sing. once saw a mother cry. I once held a brother while he died. I looked to God and asked him why. My soul wants to sing. I walk the streets day and night. Many live and many fight. Many run and hide in fright. My soul wants to sing. On my knees I pray each day. Oh Lord, please take the pain away. Quiet my soul with its singing ways. Give me the peace that quiet brings. My soul wants to sing.
You got me burning so heavily. You got me burning so heavily. You got me feeling things I never did. I know I don't need, I don't need, I know I don't need, I don't need.
Number two, number two, number two. Uzola na. Two, number two. Uzola, two, two. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Feedback. Godzilla. 2, 2. Good morning, morning, good morning. Yes.
The wind has taken all my doubts. I know I don't need, I know I don't need.
Mata El Calpotin Food Benga, sabenga pe, 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 benga, sabenga pe.
Are you banging with me? Anybody? Anybody? I'm giving away a prize. Anybody gonna bang out with me? Anyone? Do you want it? Do you want it? Was? Was open. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause. Come here. Thank you so much. Oh, we are echoing loudly here. Is it just me? It is very loud. Can I get this one off and this one on for a second? Much better. So firstly, what's your name?
Natasha.
Can we give Natasha a big round of applause? I know that's not what you were expecting. That's not how you're expecting us to start, right? But I'm setting the tone and the texture of the next 2 days. One, I've got prizes. I've got 200 prizes to give away. I'm going to start off with Natasha, because what Natasha's done is shown that the next 2 days are about stepping out with courage, boldly, boxing out of what might feel a little bit uncomfortable, putting yourself out there. And you're going to see it in the type of conversations we're going to have and the way that we're going to be engaging. And so, Natasha, I've got quite a number of gifts in here. I'm going to ask you to close your eyes and pull out 2. And whatever 2 you get is yours. Okay? What is it? It's a power bank. What else do we have for you? Hey, she's going for the big ones. What is that? It's a camera, handhold, photo holder. But I'm going to give you one extra one because you were so brave for starting first today. She got earbuds. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so let me get us started. Let me first start off by saying a very warm welcome to the SME Digital Growth Summit, courtesy of Standard Bank Business and Commercial. My name is Nozipho Shabalala. It's an absolute privilege to spend the next 2 days with you. As an entrepreneur myself, I know that the decision that you've taken to take 2 days out of your business is not a light decision. I know that the time you're spending here means that there are customers who are waiting for your responses. I know it means that there are clients and contracts that are waiting for your review. I know it means that there are orders that might be stalled because you've chosen to be here. And I know that even the question of cash flow, as we think about how do we bridge from this month to the next month, is something that's going to be ringing top of mind for all of you here over the next 2 days. So we don't take your presence lightly. And I want to start off by saying thank you for showing up for your business. Oftentimes as entrepreneurs, we get really good at working in the business and we forget about working on the business. The next 2 days is an invitation for us to lift our heads and to begin to think about what are some of the practical insights I can walk away with so that I really make the 2 hours, or the 2 days rather, that I've spent here really count as an investment into myself, but also into the business as well. There's a very special group of people that I want to highlight. And these are our online audience. They weren't able to be with us today, but I know they're logged in, they're plugged in, they're following. They're going to be engaging as part in the conversations, asking questions, participating in the poll. So if you're here with me in the venue here at Langham's, can we just give a big round of applause and a shout out to our online audience who are watching us through that camera. Let's give them a big round of applause. I want to speak a little bit about the intentionality that's gone into creating and curating these 2 days. Now, I've spoken about the trade-off that you've all made by choosing to be here. So let me talk a little bit about, on the back of that trade-off, how has the team designed the experience? I think there are actually 3 central questions that we're going to grapple with over the next 2 days. The first of these questions is the question of brand and the extent to which we allow branding and marketing to do more than just to differentiate our product and service, but rather to also become a magnet that allows us to attract new customers and a bridge that gives us access to new markets. So that's sort of like one group of questions that we're going to be grappling with. How do we turn visibility into opportunity? What are the practical ways that we can do that? What you're not going to be hearing is high-level theoretical concepts. We're bringing everything to the ground and we're making it super practical. The second question that we're going to be tackling together is, what are the non-negotiable financial and operational systems that must be in place if I'm going to be able to scale and grow my business, especially beyond my core markets? So a lot of the partners that you see in the room today at their various pods are going to be really contributing into that conversation. So even at this point, let me thank Oracle and Google and MTN and Sage for being partners in this journey, because we need to understand what is the architecture that allows us to scale and grow sustainably. That's the second question. The third question, which is a cross-cutting question, is the question around digital tools. So what are the digital tools that are going to facilitate this scale, are going to facilitate this growth, and allow me to attract and find new customers, attract and find new markets, and grow beyond my core market? And even as I say, ask these 3 questions and land these 3 questions, you can already hear that they are interconnected. And so while the day is thematically separated, so today is all about marketing and brand visibility and how we use brands to tap into new markets. And tomorrow is a lot more about the financial and operational systems as well as digital enablement. They are thematically separate, but I don't think that we can separate them in conversation. So please don't worry if we're having a conversation about brand and you suddenly hear us talking about how digital tools enable us to make brands more visible. It's all part of one ecosystem of conversation. Does that make sense? Fabulous. Who's here in the room? So I've spoken a little bit about our partners that are here, and we're going to be hearing from them and others what we are calling corporate presentations. So this is where we take a moment to say, what does the evidence say from our corporate partners who have already taken a bet on small and medium-sized enterprises? So we'll hear a little bit about the work that they do in your environment, the tools that they're bringing forward, the processes that they think are going to be best positioned for your growth. And then we're going to do just something else. We're also going to tap into Standard Bank's pipeline of entrepreneurs and lift case studies. Because as I've indicated, these 2 days are not about theoretical concepts. So the case studies comes from entrepreneurs with lived experiences of the very things that we're trying to solve for today. And so throughout the 2 days, we'll have an opportunity to learn from our peers as well. There is a final person here. So we've spoken about the corporate partners. We've spoken about the case study entrepreneurs. There is a final group of people that are here today, and that's you and your voice. This is not going to be your typical conference or summit where you sit for 2 days and passively receive information, and then maybe during the networking break, you get to exchange business cards, and you go home with just your notes. I'm going to de-stage the conversation a lot. I'm going to not dominate the space with my voice. I'm going to get off the stage. I'm going to give you the microphone. I'm going to invite you to bring your perspective, your questions, your comments, your experiences into the conversation. When you look at the app, which I'll talk about in a short while, you'll see that in our agenda, we've actually built in sessions to just talk, right? Because sometimes you can have all the help in the world, but nobody has bothered to ask you the question, what do you actually need? And so we want to close the loop in that conversation and make sure that you're not being spoken at for 2 days, but we are in conversation together. My only ask of you is that you claim your share of voice, and that there are no passive observers, and that if you've taken 2 days out, you're going to make those 2 days count. So let me talk a little bit about the app. If you haven't downloaded the app already, QR code is coming up on screen. Let's make sure that you are on the app. There are some of the usual suspects in terms of the functionality that we expect. The agenda is there. We have a live stream there that allows us to stay in conversation even with our online audience. We're able to see their questions, their comments, and to create one conversational space. Am I in the way? Is my microphone back on? Yes, 100%. Okay. You also have the opportunity to network. I've spoken about our corporate partners. A lot of information about the services that they offer is also loaded onto the app, and this is going to be quite important. The biggest thing for me is that we make the best use of the app. The app has the latest agenda, and if there are any changes, it's because I've introduced those changes. So I have what we call moderator superpowers. And from time to time, as required, I might flex them. But for the most part, we're working on the app. If you're saying, Nozi, great, I want to get onto the app, but what's the Wi-Fi? Let's put that up so that anybody who's not connected can stay connected with us throughout the day. So it's the Wi-Fi Standard Bank Digital Growth, and it will take you to a page. You just need to put in your details, your name, your surname, your email, and click Terms and Conditions, and you're automatically connected over the next 2 days. We want you to stay connected because we also want you to help us amplify the conversation outside of these 4 walls. So our hashtags are SB Loves SMEs, that's Standard Bank Loves SMEs, SB Loves SMEs, and hashtag SME Digital Growth Summit. Across all your platforms, these are the hashtags that we're going to be using. On the app, we also have a gallery, so a social media wall, so you can actually post some of your pictures and videos onto that wall as well, so as to really help us capture the moment together. There's also polls that we're going to be running, and polls are an important way of us just putting our finger on the pulse of where everybody is in the day. Please participate in the polls. To my online audience, this is me speaking directly to you. Please participate in the polls as well, because this is you being part of one conversational space. I've already indicated that I'm giving away prizes. I've got lots of prizes to give away. I'm giving away prizes for engagement, for questions, for participation, for putting your hand up. All I'm asking you to do is to show up strongly in this space, and we will make sure that we give away those prizes. I'm also giving away prizes for people who are back on time when we come back from lunch. That does not mean you can eat lunch in here. You still have to go out and eat lunch and have your tea breaks and enjoy the hospitality that Standard Bank has made available to all of us. But I am asking that we keep to time as much as possible so that our speakers can be honored in terms of the time that they have given to us. The last thing I've got to say is just in terms of the housekeeping. The restrooms are actually on either side of me, so up that ramp and up that ramp. However, I'm very familiar with this venue. When people are moving up and down while speakers are on the stage, it actually can be quite distracting. So I'm pleading with you that if you'd like to use the facilities, that you actually use the main door and go around so that we don't disturb our speakers as well. As you can see, there are multiple exits. The main one is right in front of me, but you can also exit on either side if there's an emergency. There are no drills planned for today, so if there is an alarm, all we just need to do is very calmly make our way out and into the open area. For those who are going to be needing to take a smoke break, you go out the door to my right, through the main gate, over the highway towards William Nicol. No, I'm teasing. You're allowed to have a smoke break just outside of this main venue in the designated smoking area, please. And so, ladies and gentlemen, to officially welcome, to set the context for us, I'm going to invite Naladzani Musumane, the head of Enterprise and Supplier Development in Business and Commercial Banking at Standard Bank, to kindly please come and extend those opening remarks. Thank you so much.
Not going to be dancing. I'm just putting a disclaimer. But just want to fix the mic. Good morning to everyone. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be able to stand here today and to welcome you to our Standard Bank Business and Commercial Banking inaugural Digital SME Growth Summit. So for us, today marks an important, I'm echoing.
Yes.
Do I sound?
Go ahead, I'm going to get you a handheld in the meantime.
Okay. So for us as Standard Bank, today marks an important milestone in our continued commitment to amplifying the growth, sustainability, and competitiveness of SMEs who operate within the South African. Is this better?
Much better, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'll start again. So for us as Standard Bank, today really marks an important milestone in amplifying the growth, sustainability, and competitiveness of SMEs who operate within South Africa's economy. As Standard Bank, we believe that SMEs are the backbone of our economy. They are the drivers of innovation, they create economic inclusion, and they ensure that there is sustainable growth within our country. Our ambition today, and I think Nozi touched on it, is to not inspire SMEs, but rather to equip SMEs with the capabilities, partnerships, and technologies that will enable long-term success. We do a lot of work within particularly enterprise and supplier development in working with SMEs, trying to develop SMEs, trying to create opportunities for SMEs. And as we continuously engage SMEs, there's a consistent insight that emerges. While many businesses have strong products and deep technical capabilities, they often face challenges in effectively positioning themselves in the market, acquiring customers, and leveraging digital tools to scale sustainably. So as Nozi said, the summit has been deliberately designed as a targeted response to many of the challenges that SMEs face. Over the next 2 days, our aim is to move beyond theory, but instead provide practical, actionable insights and tools that you can immediately apply within your business. We've done a lot of work in curating a summit that not only brings our expertise as Standard Bank, but also brings expertise across different corporate partners who we engage and who we work with, so that we can really provide everyone, whether they're in the room or online, with the appropriate tools for their businesses. And that's why we're particularly proud to have corporate partners such as Google South Africa, MTN, Oracle, Sage, Red Bull, and DHL. Each of these organizations bring unique expertise and capabilities critical to enabling SME growth in today's evolving business landscape. Nozi, I think you actually set the context really well.
Thank you.
In terms of how we will be structuring the next 2 days. So we've got, the summit will be happening over 2 days, and we've been very intentional in breaking up those 2 days across 2 key themes. Today focuses on marketing and marketing growth. So a lot of the focus on today will be exploring brand building, customer acquisition, digital marketing strategies, storytelling, and the creation of authentic, compelling brands. And you'll see the speakers that are here today for today's session will really help you with the necessary tools to understand, how do I build my brand? How do I build a brand that is relatable? How do I build a brand that is authentic? And how do I build a brand that people actually want to be associated with, whether it's a customer or whether it's a potential partner or investor? Tomorrow, which is day 2, we'll focus on digitization and business enablement. And we're going to shift the focus in looking at digital infrastructure, financial viability, data-driven decision-making, and the use of technology to enhance productivity and operational efficiency. We're operating in a very diverse landscape. We're operating in a digital landscape. And I think as an SME, you need to be able to understand what are the digital tools that I can leverage to make sure that I run a sustainable business that is efficient, right? There's no point in trying to do something and you keep on going back and being repetitive and you're not seeing progress in those operational efficiencies. So tomorrow, really focuses on building your business operationally so that when you want to scale your business, or even if you want to make sure that you remain sustainable, your business is operating as optimally as it can, utilizing the digital tools that are available for your entity. Nozi also touched on this as well. Nozi, I think it just highlights how well you're doing as an MC. But today, the conference really is not a traditional conference. We have intentionally designed the summit as a practical growth platform, one where you can engage directly with the tools, and that's why we have all of the corporate partners stands here. You're able to go and see what they have to offer. You're able to engage amongst yourselves to understand what are you utilizing within your business. And one where you can adopt some of the insights that will come out of today within your business immediately. We're also streaming because we understand that the insights that we will be putting out today are beneficial for all SMEs. And that's why we took the decision to open this platform up to everyone so that they can get practical insights. And I think that really speaks to the heart of what we are as Standard Bank Business and Commercial Banking. We amplify the growth of our clients. And when we start thinking about growth and partnering with our clients for growth, that means looking beyond your traditional financial products, right? So it's how do we walk the journey with you? How do we support your business? How do we leverage? We're a big brand. We've been around for more than 163 years. We have corporate partners. How do we leverage that brand that we have built to support small and medium enterprises? We're truly delighted to bring such a diverse and impactful group of business leaders and innovators and ecosystem partners to the summit today and over the next 2 days. And as we begin, I really encourage each of you to participate meaningfully, to participate actively as well, to be intentional. Nozi said in her opening that we know that to be out of your business for 2 days, to sit in a room, it takes a lot, right? You're missing out on potential business opportunities, you're missing out on potential cash flow, you have to delegate to people in your team as well. So if you are going to take the time to be here, please make sure you participate. Please make sure that you get the best out of the session. Ultimately, the session is not for us as Standard Bank. It's for everyone that's sitting in this room. It's for everyone that's logged in online as well. So please utilize the 2 days to really think about how you can practically grow your business, how you can practically make your business sustainable, and hopefully you might be able to get access to potential investors, potential partners for your business. So once again, I just want to say welcome and thank you for being part of this important journey. I wish everyone here a highly engaging and impactful summit. Thank you.
Wonderful. Now, Lizani, thank you so much. It's an absolutely warm and encouraging welcome that reinforces many of the points that we've already made this morning. But thank you, and also for acknowledging DHL and Red Bull, which I had missed in my opening. Thank you very much. We're going to take a quick poll, and that poll is actually going to set the scene for our keynote speaker. If you go onto your app right now and you go into the session that says audience engagement, you'll see that there's a live poll that should pop up. And if you're online, we'd love for you to participate as well. The poll should be coming up on your side as well. And it asks us a simple question. What is the biggest marketing challenge that you are encountering at the moment? Is it a question of budget? I just don't have the funds to put behind marketing. Is it content creation? Either I don't have the capability, the know-how, or even the funds to invest in content creation. Is it a question of customer acquisition? What's really difficult for me is that this, yes, sir. Oh, the pin is 2026. You know what? I feel like you deserve a prize. Everybody else is so quiet, not saying that they can't get in. Not saying that they can't get in, and here this is what I'm talking about. What's your name, sir? Mr. Mishak, just don't look, just put your hand in and take one. The pin is 2026 for everybody else. There we go. Speaking about content creation, you got a mini selfie stick. There we go. All right. The questions are there. Is it budget? Is it content creation? Is it customer acquisition? Or is it about measuring results? I don't know how to measure whether my marketing budget is actually doing the work. I don't know if we're winning or not. Let's have a look at what these responses are. Kaya, as I introduce you, we're not going to spend too much time on this piece because I think you're probably going to help us navigate some of what comes up in the poll. I have a hand coming up now. I think I'm going to get disturbed every 2 seconds. Yes, ma'am. So it seems as if the poll is not open. So technical team, let's have a look at that. What we're going to do is we're going to move along, right? And then at the end of our keynote presentation, we'll go back to the poll because I think it's actually quite important. It's open on my side, but let's see if everybody else can get it open. So just remember that once you've downloaded the app, you've put in all your details, you go to the agenda, and then under that piece that says engagement session, the poll would pop up there. So we'll revisit the poll after the session. Let me introduce somebody that I've had the privilege of watching from afar as an entrepreneur myself. I've had immense respect for Kaya Dlanga, who's going to come up now and really deliver his keynote to us. He's a marketing executive. We know that one of the expertise that he brings into the marketing space is helping us understand the fundamental truth that people don't buy products. In fact, they buy stories, they buy experiences, and maybe even times they buy emotional connection. He's had the privilege of working with some of the largest brands across the continent and even globally, and he brings that expertise into the conversation with us now. I know he's also a best-selling author, so we are really, really in good company. Please remember, I will be taking questions for Kaya afterwards. So as he's engaging with us, make your notes so that you have an opportunity to engage with him directly as well. Can we just give him a big Standard Bank round of applause? Louder. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. You can't hear me, Shams. You can't hear
That's
me.
better.
Oh, much better. Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? You guys look so beautiful. If you were standing up here, you would ask yourself out. This is how good looking you all are from up on the stage. You know, when I got a call to come and speak here, from Standard Bank, I panicked immediately because I was like, okay, guys, how much do I owe you? And they're like, no, this is not why we're calling you. The reason we're calling you is that we'd like you to speak, you know, at this summit, and about marketing and branding. And I was like, okay, thank you so much, but I can give you a list of 10 people who can do a better job than I can. So I gave them a list of 10 people, and there was a bit of a silence on the other end of the line, and they said, actually, Kaya, we called all those 10 people, but they were not available. And so what this means is that now you are here today. What's happening? Is it my mic what's happening? Or is it someone else's mic that is disturbing here? Great. So again, thank you so much. Is this the issue here? Okay, I'm the issue, apparently. Okay, there we go. So, and obviously now I'm sorry you guys are stuck with me. I'm the guy who's going to be talking to you, and I hope you learn nothing from what I have to talk about today. And I just want to see if the clicker is working. Okay, the clicker, give a round of applause for the clicker, ladies and gentlemen. And so this is what we're talking about today, so building brands that drive growth. And what I really want to talk about specifically to you guys is that when your dreams, okay, are bigger than your budget, and I'm pretty sure all of you have massive dreams, but your budget is way smaller than those dreams that you have. And what should happen is that you need to use your brain to make your budget work harder than you. And since you can't outspend these big brands, you must outthink them, you must outcare, and you must outmove, and you must outhuman. What do I mean when I say that you must outthink, you must outcare? Because all the big brands really have on you most of the time is that they have scale and they can outspend you. Those are literally the two biggest advantages big brands have on you. But what they cannot do is that they can't necessarily outthink you. And what I mean when I say they can't outthink you is because you, as a small business owner, is that you don't have multiple layers of approvals to get things done and for things to happen. You can make a decision today and something will happen immediately because you care. I'm so sorry, there's something happened with my presentation, the way it kind of looks now, but we'll go past that. So I'd like to know, which one of these beautiful people do you think is me? Which one? What? The dress? You what? Oh, yeah, okay, that's me. God, you mean I still haven't changed? Oh my goodness. Okay, that is me indeed. That's me. I was really cool back, in my day. You can see I'm not like this anymore, unfortunately. And I was born in this bustling metropolis, this gigantic city that no one ever tells about. So this is like the New York no one ever tells about. This is in the Eastern Cape. Loads of traffic, as you can see. Very. Like lots of 4x4s. This was actually the home I was born in the Eastern Cape. Does anyone know of a place called Mount Aleph? Has anyone ever been there? Mount Aleph. Oh, she doesn't even know. I can understand why you wouldn't know. Do you know why? It's because you actually don't drive, like, unlike most towns, you know how you drive through them? Mount Aleph, you just drive past. It's like past Mount Aleph. So yeah, that's where I was. And that is me again, standing very elegantly between 2 pounds of cow dung. I don't know if you can see those pounds of cow dung that's in front of my grandfather's craw. No, you know what? You get used to it. It doesn't smell. You get used to it. So, again, that is, look at that hair. Oh, my God. So, cut a long story short, I went, I dropped out I went to study the AAA of School of Advertising. I dropped out. And for a number of reasons, I think many people in this room have the same story where you had to stop studying or to drop out for one reason or another. And after I decided that I did want to get a job actually in advertising. I worked as a waiter for quite some time. And I used to work with this guy. His name was Warwick. And Warwick complained every single day. Like every single day. Warwick had He had an engineering degree of some kind. He just complained. He says, I don't have a job. And I'll never forget one day saying to myself, you know what? If Warwick complains, if I go tomorrow and he complains, I am going to look for a job tomorrow because I can't listen to his complaining every day. And thank God Warwick complained the next day because I woke up and I put up a CV. And I was like, I know I'm not qualified, I know I'm a dropout, but I'm going to apply to the most awarded agency in Cape Town that day. I wrote a CV, and my CV had to accomplish a number of things for me. One, it had to show that I was creative. Two, it had to show that I can do the job, right? And I had to make sure that whoever reads my CV does not focus on the fact that I am not qualified. So this was the CV that I wrote. I said, in bullet point form, I live in Pinelands, not Guguletu. I can use phone, faxes, and computers without breaking them. Maybe some of you here, you look young enough not to know what a fax is. But ask whoever's next to you and ask them what a fax is. Some of my best friends are white. I can swim when absolutely necessary. I am not a member of COSATU. And if you recall back then, COSATU was on the news every day for striking. And I wrote a heading, position applying for, and I said copywriter. And then another heading, experience in this field. And I used to write slogans on township walls like Free Mandela and One Man, One Vote. This was a very successful campaign, as you might have noticed. And I remember receiving a phone call after I sent this CV. And this woman was just laughing and laughing and laughing. She'd never even said hi, she just started laughing. And I remember thinking, who is this crazy woman? This crazy white woman. She says, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I just read your CV. It is so, so funny. Can you come for an interview tomorrow? And I was like, you don't have to ask me twice. I got sick for my waiting job the following day, and I went for my interview. And I got the job. And despite the fact that I was not qualified, I obviously had my portfolio of evidence which showed that I could do the job, and my CV demonstrated that I was creative, I could write, I was funny, and that's why I got the job. Right? A few years later, short years later actually, in this advertising space, I became the first black South African to win the Oscar of advertising, which is a Can Gold. And that would be one of several Ken Golds I would eventually win. And so my CV didn't really hide the truth. On the contrary, it gave the truth personality. And that's what they bought. They bought into the personality. And that was my first branding lesson, was that, and I learned it by accident, and which was, it's not about you just talking and dealing with facts. It is about speaking into the emotion of the people you're dealing with. And that is how customers listen, feel compelled and drawn to you. This boss who said to me once, we were working on some job, and he said, it's also a philosophy that Coca-Cola had, which is that emotion drives rationality. Okay? Emotion drives rationality. So the reason people make choices and decisions is based on emotion, but then they will give you a rational reason after the emotion actually compelled them to make the decision they made. I'll give an example. And he gave an example, and he said that, when somebody buys a Mercedes-Benz, they will say that, I bought it because, like a Maybach, let's say, for example. I drove behind one as I was just now. Who's the driver of the Maybach here? You don't need to be here, by the way. And he said, people will tell you that, oh, well, I'm buying this car because it's safe. If I get in an accident, I'll be okay. They'll give you all these rational reasons. But the real reason they're buying the car is because they know how it makes them feel when they drive the car. They also know how other people look at them when they drive the particular car. But they will give you the rational reasons post. They'll never tell you the real reason, but they'll just rationalize it. And this is what happened when I made, that CV. That was my first lesson. And a lot of small business owners I find is that you try to feel big, right? Like I'm like this big person who can. No one believes you. People know that you're small, and you should dive into the fact that you are small. Dive into it and live in with it. And it sounds like contrary, but because there's a feeling that if you are small, there are things that you can do for me quickly that someone who's big cannot do, right? So when your facts are not strong, don't pretend you are big. Rather make the truth about you memorable, useful, and human, which I suppose is what I did with my CV. It's like, well, I'm just going to make the truth about me very human. This is a very famous campaign when Volkswagen launched their Beetle in America. First of all, ugly car, very small, impractical, but it became the best-selling car in the United States, even though it was the kind of car that nobody wanted. In fact, when they were doing research, the Cadillac actually went to do some research for the kind of car that people want. They designed the car. It was exactly 80% of Americans said they wanted. They built this car, and when this car was designed, rolled off the market, it was a big car, good family car, nobody bought the car. But this car that nobody asked for, small, impractical, was the most popular car in the United States. Small and impractical. And what they sold it on was on charm and on the truthfulness of the car. But, I'm going to say to you, your smallness is an advantage because it is the one thing that big brands cannot copy. And here's what are the things. Because when you are a small business, you close to your customer. You know them by name. You know who they are. You understand their problems. You understand what their issues are. And you can act very, very, very quickly when changes need to be made. Your personality, you sound human. Right? How often have you called a telco and you have an issue? And you get passed on from one agent to another, and just your issue never gets solved. Why? It's because you sound human. You know who you are, And you are also very useful because there aren't multiple layers you have to go through to make changes, right? You can remove friction very quickly. You are useful. So these are the advantages that you have as a small business. And you've got to, don't downplay the smallness. These are big advantages. Encourage, you can try things that big companies cannot try because they're too scared. Because they have to speak to compliance. They have to talk to the lawyers. They have to talk to so many people, but you have to speak to you. And that's all the person you need to get things done. So the biggest weapon big brands are without are these things. It's closeness, it's speed, personality, usefulness, and courage. And so most people think a brand is all its symbols. They think that like it's the logo, for example, I'll talk about Coca-Cola because I worked with Coca-Cola for a very long time. They think that it's the shape of the bottle, it's the color, it's the ads. That is actually not what a brand is. Yes, these are the things that people remember you by, but it is not what a brand is. I want to give you a couple of examples here. What ad resonates you the most between these two? 2025 or 1969? Which one do you think resonates the most? Don't be shy, come on. 2025, all right. So I'll give you something. Context matters in business. The ad that actually makes a lot of sense is this one. So I'll give you a reason why this ad is more powerful than the previous one, right? And you will never forget it when I tell you the story. When this ad was made, Martin Luther King Jr. had just been killed. He'd been assassinated, and Coca-Cola decided that they were going to make an ad that was powerful, that was emotive, and that would be talked about. This ad was the very first ad in the United States by a major brand to feature black and white people in the same ad. Very first ad. So it was unheard of that you'd see black and white people in the same ad, 1969. And not even the fact that they're in the same ad, but they are sitting on a bench together, their knees are touching, they look very comfortable together. So it's a bit like, oh wow. So it's people stop and listen because they're seeing something that they're not used to seeing. Do you know what else makes this even more compelling? They're sitting on a bench called a segregation bench. This bench was a whites-only bench. That's why this ad is so much more compelling. So context matters for communication to make an impact and for it to be quite powerful. So which one works, which one is meaningless and which one is meaningful now when you look at these two? Exactly. So, by the way, so when I worked at Coca-Cola, you guys remember the Share a Coke campaign with the people's names? So that campaign, which we did 11 years ago, the first time around, and they brought it back like last year. In fact, I left Coca-Cola and they invited me because, I'd worked on it many years ago. And we actually stole this idea from Australia. They did the ad just a little bit and, they didn't have faith in it. And we saw it and we stole this idea and we made it in South Africa and amplified it. And it really, it was ginormous here when we made it in this country. So much so that the campaign that I made in this country ended up going to 92 countries around the world. We sent, normally, back in normally a person like Monang would have wanted to be paid to post, right? But because we put your name on a Coke, on a Coca-Cola bottle, and it felt special, people literally couldn't believe it. And we're getting all this free press and free advertising because of this. I mean, people were just, the things they were posting, and obviously I was very stupid, and I was like, I was drinking my name, and I was like, people say I'm full of myself, they are right. And, you know, so, and I feel what you need to remember, right, is that don't make the people you are talking to feel like they are being sold to. You've got to make them feel seen. Does that make sense? You've got to make, because what that means, you understand my problem, you understand what I'm encountering right now, and therefore I feel seen and I want to use you because you understand me. I mean, what would happen, like, people eventually found out that I was behind the campaign, and there was I'll go through every Coca-Cola bottle at Pick and Pays just to get a bottle with my name. You know, I mean, this was hilarious. Coke even excluded Michelle. Remember the hashtag for Michelle? So this was probably the biggest social media campaign without actually us going out there and saying that we are going to do social media, right? Social media is a platform. Viral is story. And I got threats, comrades whose names aren't on these Coke bottles. Apparently, this is a person who owes us answers. And again, I want to give you a point here so that I know it sounds like I'm not making sense here. So this was after Madiba passed away, and we got quite a few. We made this very risky ad, but this ad was very personal. It was, we used Coca-Cola bottles in the ad, and it's the only ad I'm going to show because I don't have time. I want to have other lessons for you. And again, this ad was about emotion. The voiceover in this ad I'm about to show you is actually one of the people who was in prison with Nelson Mandela. Do you have sound before I hit it? Do you have audio? Okay, we don't have audio. So let me just give a bit of context background. So Madiba had just passed away, and we had been preparing because, I mean, he was sick, he was old, and we knew it was eventually going to happen. And we wanted to pay tribute to him as a brand. Are we good with the sound? If not, it's fine. I can skip it. Are we good? No. Oh, wow. Okay. Fine. Jeez, I don't. Okay, let's go.
Live the spirit of change. The spirit that believes everyone, small, big, black, white, shall live in harmony. The spirit that saw light when there was darkness. That saw a nation divided become whole again. That, when some thought we're near the end, assured us we're only just beginning. Long live the spirit of magic, of forgiveness, and love. The spirit that taught us that we did never stand alone and should never remain silent, but always speak up in the face of injustice. A voice that will echo for generations to come. Long live the spirit of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Viva!
Again, I mean, at the time, you know, it was a very powerful, and I think it moved quite a lot of people. Sorry. Is this going backwards? Okay. Okay, there we go. So, your logo helps people recognize you. Your meaning makes people choose you. That is what a brand is. All right? It is being meaningful so that people can choose you. A mistake that a lot of, you know, maybe small business, even big brands make, think that by plastering their name, your logo everywhere is what's going to make people remember you or have an emotional connection. It is not. It is what you mean to me as a consumer that makes me choose you. Because you want your consumer to choose you when you are not in the room. You want your consumer to think about you, your brand, when you're not in the room. Because right now, if I see your logo, I can just walk past and I feel nothing about you as a brand. Quick example, I'm talking about these big brands first for a reason. And then I'm going to go to things that make more sense and more practical to small businesses. So in 1985, Pepsi did this incredible campaign. It was where they got people to taste, blind taste, a Coca-Cola and a Pepsi. So you didn't know which was which, and they'd ask you which one tastes better. And about 80% of consumers said that Pepsi tasted better than Coca-Cola. And then this was the campaign. And Coca-Cola just started losing market share like you cannot believe. Coca-Cola panicked. And why? Because Pepsi was sweeter, so people panicked, preferred Pepsi because it was sweeter. So Coca-Cola, in their genius, decided to make a new Coke, and they called it New Coke. It was sweeter. Also, when they went to when people were tasting it, the new Coke tasted better than Pepsi. And Coca-Cola was like, yes, we got it. We got them. Guess what happened? It was a resounding failure for one reason. People wrote, this is 1985. People wrote letters. There were 300,000 letters that were sent to Coca-Cola, people complaining about this new Coke. They were like, this is not my Coke, this is not the Coke that I want. It was, to such an extent that Coca-Cola ended up apologizing and reverting back to the old Coca-Cola. Can I tell what the reason was? The reason was because when you sip a Pepsi, the first few sips, it is better. But what they didn't realize in their research was that when people drank a Pepsi, they didn't finish it. But a Coca-Cola, they finished. And then, so sometimes you can make decisions based on incomplete data. So be very careful about making a decision on very incomplete data, and you think that, or you react because of your competitor. This was like literally people were marching to Coke, complaining. And so pay attention to what you're offering your consumer, not what your competitor is doing, right? Because you'll be forced, of course, because your competitor knows what they're doing. It is their strategy. You are second guessing their strategy and their platforms and thinking that you can't beat them on their terrain. Fight where you are. Fight your battles and remember your strategy. Remember why you started doing what you're doing. I'm going to wait for those photos I see. Is it me or is it the... So there is a study that I really like which says that it was done by McKinsey, and they say that creativity matters. And the study says that 67% of businesses that take creativity seriously, they get above average, 60% above average organic growth, 70% above average total return to shareholders, 74% above average net enterprise value. Those are huge numbers. And this is directly correlated to campaigns that have won awards as well. So there's a direct correlation between creativity and how well a business performs. Unfortunately, most businesses do not think or do not use that, or marketers don't talk about it enough, or they don't have the information to be able to force this to happen. So for me, it's about giving the truth personality, especially when the category sounds the same. What do I mean by this? Give an example. There's a guy, Gillette, massive brand, big business. It's a great story that I love about a great brand called the Dollar Shave Club. Amazing brand. So this guy, he bought like a bunch of, like 250,000 razor blades in a warehouse and tried to sell them to Walmart and all these other businesses. But they wanted a lot of margin, and they're like, no, thank you, no, thank you, no, thank you. So he was stuck with 250,000 razor blades in a warehouse. Didn't know what to do. And there's like, you know what? There's something called the internet. So I'll try and sell, these blades, these shaving blades on the internet. He tried it. Wasn't really going anywhere. And then he decided, you know what? I'm going to make an ad. I'm going to make my own ad. So he made his ad, and the idea to sell them online, but no one was really buying them. So he wrote an ad himself out here, and he got a friend, to shoot the ad for him. Within 48 hours of launch, the server crashed. Within 48 hours, the server crashed, and he had sold 12,000 blades in 48 hours. He'd never sold 12,000 blades in his entire life. The most he'd sold was, I think it was 300 at the time. The most he'd ever sold. And I want to show you the ad. It's next. Are we good with the sound? Are we good with the sound? Yes, the thumbs are up. Oh yeah, forgot. 4 years later, they had 10% market share in the United States, and they sold the business to Unilever for $1 billion. $1 billion, 4 years later. Oh, and by the way, he only spent $4,500 on this campaign. That's all he spent. Next. I'm clicking. Or do you guys need to?
I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, pop-up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
How incredible is that story? It's a guy who just spoke to a friend, shoot an ad for me, I'll write it myself, and I will talk about my brand because I believe in it. And they didn't act like they were Gillette. They didn't act like they were a big brand. Did you see what I meant? They relied on the fact that they were small. And what happens is that as a normal person, like, man, identify with that guy. I'm trying to go get somewhere in my life too. And so you want to support him because of what he's doing and being truthful about the business that he's in. So they didn't act like they were insiders. They were not part of the big boys club. They were like, you know what? We're not the club. The ad is not this polished, and they're not talking about this amazing technology they have. They're like, guys, your grandfather used 1 blade, and it was fine. Why do you need like a blade that kind of twists and turns and vibrates and does all of those things? And in reality, in fact, I hope no one is here from Colgate. I found those freaking tooth brushes, tooth whitening things, those are a scam. I'm like, yeah, but I keep buying them, but I know they're a scam, right? It's exactly the same reason that, like, you buy those, like, or if you're a shaving guy, you buy this blade, it does all, it's nonsense. And people, this guy's telling the truth. So for him, he was faster, he was personal, he was more honest, he was not corporate, and this was the reason he was able to sell his business 4 years later for $1 billion. Their smallness was the most believable thing about them, which is what people gravitated towards them. So small businesses need to weaponize their smallness. Don't run away from a smallness. Again, another thing is, like, there's this thing that we feel that if you're professional, like, you have to sound very professional and you are going to sound very serious. And if I don't sound serious, no one is going to buy into the thing that I want to buy. No. If you speak with wit and charm and you're good at what you're doing, people will buy your product. They will buy into whatever that you have to sell, right? Like this guy said, our blades are just effing great. The category sounds boring. He was like, I'm not going to be boring like the category. So this is another brand called, there is a city in the States, a struggling town, a small town that was struggling, called Halfway Town. And this brand was called, I think, half.com. But they were a competitor to Amazon. And they spent $100,000 asking this small town to change its name to half.com, to the name of the brand. And because the town changed its name for an entire year to half.com, they got so much news coverage, it was insane. Insane. And they got quite a bit traction in the market. You won't believe what happened 20 days later. 20 days later, after launching this campaign, eBay bought them, 20 days, bought this business for $300 million. 20 days after launch, because they created so much hype around them and they bet on themselves and did something very different. Small business, 300,000. I don't think that even spent $2 million doing anything by the time that they were sold to eBay for for $300 million. Clickety click, click, click. All right. So another thing I want to talk about is branding is not just communication. People think that branding is communication, but it's behavior. It is how you act as a business. It is the choices that you make and the decisions, how you choose to treat people. This is probably one of my all-time favorite brands. It is IKEA. This is the founder of IKEA, Igva. So this guy I don't know who knows IKEA here. So yeah, IKEA is a furniture store, the world's biggest furniture store. Massive, amazing brand. And by the way, I will recommend anybody who is running a small business to get the QR code. It will lead you to something called Testament of a Furniture Dealer. I'm not going to tell you much, but when you go through that Testament of a Furniture Dealer, it tells you very powerful philosophies that I think almost would apply to almost any business. The Testament of a Furniture Dealer. But don't read it now. I know it's a lot more exciting than the things I have to say, but you can read it afterwards. So what he realized was that he's going to start selling hot dogs at IKEA. Why did he just make this decision? He realized that when people were hungry, they were not buying furniture. They would just whiz past. They're hungry, they get angry, they're irritated, they're easily irritable, they don't stay for long, and they just went buying the product. And so what he did is that he sold these hot dogs, 5% margin. That's how much money he was making from these hot dogs. at between 50 to 70%, cheaper than anybody else, and sales skyrocketed. Simply because he understood human behavior is that when people are hungry, they do not buy. But when they are full, they are less irritable, they are happier, and are much more likely to spend, just on that one small decision. So you've got to understand your by the way, how many hot dogs do you think that IKEA sells a year? 100 million hot dogs. They sell 100 million hot dogs a year. Because sometimes people just go there because they want like the hot dog, and then they end up going to buy, end up walking with a pillow or a pillowcase, So the important thing is to find the friction and remove the feeling that stops people from buying. So what is the friction in your business? Like, you've got to understand what the friction is, and it's often a psychological hurdle that people have to go through. And it's usually nothing very fancy. It's a very small, irritating psychological hurdle that we could think about and that people will go through. Anyway, is it because they're confused? How can you refuse the confusion? How can you remove the confusion? Is it frustration? How can you remove the frustration? Do they feel ignored? How do you make sure they are not ignored? Are they unsure? Are they bored? Are they embarrassed? What is the psychology that is stopping them from buying your product? So those are the things that you've got to think about. That is what branding is. Branding, like I said, is not logos. It is not the color of the brand. It's none of those. Everyone of us is, everyone is of, my English was a bit weird here. To think that I even wrote books, guys. That is very weird. So here, I want to tell about an example that I made here. So when you cannot spend, you've got to charm. So there was a small business that asked me to be a shareholder. But all I had to do was to help them with their marketing. Like, sure, I'll take, if you're going to give me like 20%, thank you. Got 20% of the business. And it was a digital law firm. And I did one small thing. And I was like, what can I do to make this digital law firm sound a little interesting? So what they did is that you paid 10 Rand per minute for a consultation. It was online, a video call, whatever. So you kind of make it easy and accessible. And I wrote this is the first thing that I wrote. Zach, if you have been dismissed with the grace of a four-legged domestic creature by your employer, or your landlord has kicked you to the curb, and it feels like you have nowhere to turn because lawyers are too fancy and expensive, don't carry on reading. At Attorney Alliance, we use fancy lawyers speak for tech on your behalf. The best part, at only 10 Rand a minute per consultation, you can afford us. If you need any kind of legal help, simply go to www.attorneyalliance.co.za. And there's another one, is like, where there's a will, make sure you're on it. We can't guarantee you'll make it on your extremely wealthy grandmother or aunt's will. Hint, it usually takes being very nice to them. And then, I kind of tell them it's about, they do wills. Another one, I love you unconditionally, but first, sign this contract. Love may be blind, but it is not advisable for it to be blind to contracts. Before you say I do to your bae, talk to Attorney Alliance about anti-nuptial contracts. We can advise you on the pros and cons of being married in or out of community property, and so, etc. Another one, if you feel like you signed a deal with the devil, we'll make him apologize. And this is then we're talking about, the fact that we deal with contracts. And so we got so much coverage, I think, from this, like a lot of coverage. even won something called a Golden Orchard. This was me. I'm not an art director. I put this thing together and I wrote it. And it performed so well that we had to stop advertising. This is how well it was doing. Because we didn't have enough lawyers to handle the caseloads that were coming. And do you know how much we spent? 0 cents. Not 1 single cent. But then, some controversy happened. Was this, were you allowed to have a digital law firm and, and someone is not a lawyer? And, so it became like a thing. And then they were too scared. I was like, guys, we can go ahead. Like, you've got to fight this thing. And the lawyers were too scared to fight it. And they stopped. And I was like, and so, which was very frustrating for me. But anyway, it performed very, very well. Within the first quarter of us launching this, I was getting dividends. I mean, that thing did pretty well. So again, if the category speaks like it's like saying and speaking in kind regards and all of that, right? Plain English really becomes your competitive language because we all speak, plain language, and that's why that law firm was getting so many, so much interest. It's because they were speaking in a language that everybody can understand. Again, here, your data should not just be on spreadsheets, but should be used to understand what it means to be human. And I'll tell what I mean by this. So when I was a CMO at Rain, and when I went to Rain, we were selling 10 SIM cards a month. That's how we started. It was literally selling 10 SIM cards a month. And there was one thing that, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but at the time, a gig cost you 150 Rand. It was 150 Rand a gig, and we came with 50 Rand a gig, and your gig didn't expire. But people weren't really buying it that much anyway, and we didn't quite understand. We had another product, which was the 250 Rand unlimited off-peak. That meant for 19 hours of the day, you could use as much internet as much internet as you wanted. But then if you wanted to use the internet for between 5 and 11, then you had to kind of pay like 50 Rand a gig, right? But for the rest of the day, you literally could use as much internet as you wanted. We made one small change. Literally such a small change. We moved the 50 Rand, because the 50 Rand was our lead product, so we'd put it out there because I was saying, well, it's the cheapest product on the market, 50 Rand a gig. It's cheap. So people will buy it, surely. One small change by moving the 250 unlimited and putting it on top of the page and letting the 50 Rand, 5 minutes, I'm being told, putting it at the bottom, being the second lead. We saw, by the end of the month, a 300% uplift in sales. 60% of the sales were of the 250 product. And what I'm saying here is that sometimes there is a small... Guys, are you kicking me off the stage like this? There's a small change that you can make, literally a very, very small change that will cost you nothing, that will see you increase your sales by simply understanding the data. That's all. So it was a small move, got big results. And another thing that we did was we were very human-centric. When you bought your SIM card, when your SIM card arrived, it came with that SIM card extractor thingy, and we wrote there on the SIM card extractor thingy, and people are posting this thing online all the time. We got free advertising because they were like, oh, so this is what was called. That cost us nothing, right? It gave us so much free advertising. And this SIM card, because the SIM card was transparent, people had never seen a transparent SIM card. People were posting it. I mean, it was weird that people were posting SIM cards online. I'd never seen it, but I was like, we're pretty happy about it. So because it's 5 minutes, I'm going to skip all of this. I don't need that. I'm going to skip all of that. Another thing that we did, you know the name of when you look at your phone and it says MTN or Vodacom and all of that, when the Proteas were playing, we were the first ones to actually change and say, go Proteas, because the Proteas were playing. We got so much, it cost us nothing. We got so much free coverage, again, just by doing that small thing. So we've got to think about what can I do that can get me free coverage. Again, another small move, big results. Okay, I'm trying to rush here so that I don't get chased out. But anyway, we were most innovative brand. By the end of that year, we voted most innovative brand in South Africa. And from selling, I remember when we were selling 10 SIM cards a month, then we celebrated, like when we started selling, I'll never forget, we had a party after we sold 100 SIM cards a month, because we're like, wow, and then we go to 1,000. By the time I left 4 years later, we're selling 70,000 SIM cards a month. So here are the key things, the 3 things to remember, okay? So you've got to make it easier to buy your product. Got to make it easier to buy by doing what? By removing the friction from the journey. Number 2, make it easier to be talked about. Create something worth sharing. Because if you create something worth sharing, you're spending less money in getting talkability about your brand. Thirdly, make it easier to remember. So be very clear about what you stand for. If it is unclear what you stand for, no one is going to choose you. And that is all, ladies and gentlemen. I think my 5 minutes is up. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and there are people at home. So I want to say, Dinitana nonge makaya.
And you've got the people at home as well, so I'd love to bring those questions to you. But let me just take a few from in the room. Let's maybe get 2, 1 from either side. Here's a question here, and Madam here. If we can get the microphones very quickly. The first one here, please. Thank you so much. I see you, sir. And then we'll take a question here, and then we'll go to the good sir there at the end. As you ask your questions, can I ask you to be short, sharp, concise, and to the point? Very quickly introduce yourself, and then launch with your question. Go for it. Let's just make sure that's on so the online audience can hear you as well.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was really insightful. I'm Tabisile. I'm from Sinopa Construction Company. The Razor case study that you presented was very intriguing. I just want to figure out though, like from the point of the creative of like my friend shooting the video for me to the point of selling for $1 billion, like what's happening in between? Are we going to radio stations? Like how are people accessing this creative product? And then how are we getting seen? Are we paying for advertising? Like what is happening in between the beautiful creation and the outcome that we so desperately want?
Kaya, do you want to take 3 and then respond, or do you want to...
You'll remember the 3.
No, I will. Okay, perfect. I will. So I'll note that. I think it's an important question. Beyond shooting of the content, what is the pathway to visibility? Your name is?
Tabisile.
Tabisile, thank you very much. Madam, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nomfazego. I'm the founder of many companies, but I'm here on the one that manufactures cleaning detergents. Mine, on the presentation that you've just made, it really stuck with me, because this is the very same thing that I've been talking about with my team, to say the issue about whether you are creating something that makes sense to you and the consumers, but it becomes a problem in terms of the question that she just asked. You shoot that content, you get stuck with the content. The interchange between us and the receiving end, which is the consumers, that's where I'm stuck. One of the reasons I'm stuck, it's because all the products that I'm building are self-funded. The key issue or the main issue in South Africa is that we struggle with funding. One of the things that I'm pushing is making entrepreneurs understand that you can have a concept, but does it make a sense? Does it make sense to a funder? You need to get to a point where you get into the mind of the investor. So, but what I'm rising on currently is thanking the presentation and understanding what you've just presented. It's not about the big words that we tend to put on our captions. It's all about attracting the person who's on the other end to like, okay, let me go for it. And thank you for the opportunity to be invited by Standard Bank to come and indulge in whatever guys that you are presenting to us. But thank you very much for the presentation. And there's a takeaway that I took from your presentation on the last slide about it must make sense to the person who's going to buy it.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, there's so many detergents at, for instance, value chain stores. What makes mine to be different to my competitor? Does it have anything that makes them get stuck to the branding itself? Because it starts there. Branding, before you can market it, does it speak to what you are building? So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's a great comment and a contribution. And I'm going to go to the gentleman then. I'll give you an opportunity to respond after the gentleman, and then we'll take 2 questions from online. Please go ahead, sir.
Awesome presentation. My brand is Skoon Af. My brand is called Skoono Af. The AF doesn't stand for as fuck, it's Skoon Af. So we have been making strides as far as marketing is concerned, but I think that there are certain things that we don't get right. Are you willing to perhaps give me just an hour of your time, perhaps over Teams, so that you can look at my brand and tell me perhaps what am I doing wrong, or what I could be doing right?
I'll pass the bill to Standard Bank.
All right, so we've got an hour of time that's in, but maybe let me come to Tapsile's question, was Tapsile, which I think is quite important, which is, I think we all can wrap our heads around the fact that we live in a world where we should be creating content. How do we get that content out there? What are the most viable pathways that are going to give us maximum impact?
It really does depend, right? So when you ask about those other guys, they just put it on YouTube and Facebook, and then it just became viral, you know, and that's all they literally did, and they got free press, free coverage, and all of that because it was an underdog fighting, you know, a big dog, and they just created this story, and so it's really hard to say this is the specific thing you have to do, right? It depends on the product, depends on the brand, depends on the location, it depends on the mindset of the person you're talking to. And when I'm talking about what we did at Rain, which was we just moved, you know, like instead of having the 50 Rand being the lead product, we did a 250, and we saw a massive increase in sales, right? Because the consumer understood that 250 gives more value than 50 Rand, right? So it really, really depends on what you're doing and why you're doing it. And most people think that if I just put out an ad, people will buy. That's not it. You've got to understand the state of the mind of the consumer and their connection to what you're trying to sell. It's a little bit more complex, but also how different and how brave are you with the work that you're doing. If you're afraid of being brave, it's usually hard to be different. Because you're small, like I said, if you're small, you've got to be willing to take more risks with less money. And that's why you've got to take the risks that big brands won't take.
There's actually quite a lot of questions online, so I just want to put 1 or 2 to you. What would you say are the key elements to developing a successful marketing campaign?
It's always so, it's unique to, like I said earlier, it's unique to each product, it's unique to each brand, it's unique to who your consumer is, and you really understanding who you're talking to. And like I said, don't sound like you're selling something to a consumer. Make them feel seen.
Yeah.
How are you making me feel that I'm being seen? If I'm talking about that attorney alliance, work that I did, it was like, oh my goodness, lawyers who understand my world, a lawyer who's not speaking, who doesn't make me feel like I should be intimidated. Because when you see law firms, like people in suits and these big offices, because they want to look serious, but then people just want to feel like, if I speak to this lawyer, will they understand what I'm saying? Or will they look down on me?
Yeah.
Will I feel stupid if I go and talk to them? The ads were as stupid as you think your problem is. And that's why that was very successful.
Yeah, that's a great response, Kai. I want to bring this one quickly from Tobeka Hlongo. And Tobeka saying, Kaya, what are the low budget but effective ways to market for a startup or a small business? So what are some of the hacks that don't cost an arm and a leg that small and medium-sized enterprises can start thinking about?
I think everybody knows, right? Everybody knows. It's like, what are you doing on social media? But it's not about the platform. It is how you are saying what you are saying. It's not about what you are saying. It is how you are saying the thing you are saying. And people forget that. And like I think my message is very simple. You've got to be very clear about what you're saying. You've got to be very clear about what you want the consumer to think about you and your product. And thirdly, again, make the consumer feel seen. That's literally all. And I know I'm making it sound simple, but it is that simple.
Yeah. There's a complexity that I want to bring in, and then I'll take one more question, and then we'll wrap. Ashmita from online is saying, what about AI? Should we be thinking about using AI to try and really get that visibility out there? What are some of the ways in which you can leverage AI successfully?
Oh yeah, definitely. But make sure that you still sound human, because I mean I see so much AI, and I see a post on LinkedIn, and then I'm thinking, you didn't think about this, and there is this like just make sure that if you're going to use AI, you've got to be very clear about what you're using it for. I'm all for it, but people don't connect with the language that AI uses because it's not how people speak.
Yeah.
People don't speak that way. So use AI if maybe, I don't know, image generation and helping you sharpen your thoughts and ideas. But unfortunately, a lot of the things that I see there, they miss the point because they don't know how to connect to people. So I'm a big fan of it, but not a big fan of how people are using it.
Fabulous. We've run out of time, but I want to give one person who's like, Nozi, yes, sir. If you don't give me the microphone, I'm going to fall apart. So let's give you the... Oopsie. Let's go ahead. And I hope it's one question. Yes.
Thanks, Kaya. On the slide of a hot dog, I was lost that what is the strategy on that hot dog? What was the strategy on that hot dog?
So,
because it says something like, when the hot dog is not, I can't see, it's not a snack but a strategy.
Yeah.
So I was stuck to say, what is the strategy on that hot dog? Thank you.
Fantastic.
Okay, the hot dog was to not just to draw people in, but there was the understanding that when people are hungry, they walk fast through the store. They don't look at your products. They don't try to fill them. And if I'm there, we're a couple, we're trying to buy a bed, we are much more likely to bicker and fight and walk out without buying something because one of us is hungry. It sounds so uncomplicated, but the strategy was to get people to buy more products. So it was not a tactic, it was a strategy.
Yeah, I love it. Can we give Kaya Lang a big round of applause, please? Yeah, I'll take it for you. Cool, thank you. Kaya, by the way, there was a comment from online saying, Mara Kaya, have you started thinking about being a stand-up comedian? I didn't think we should bring that one up. But we appreciate your insights, we appreciate your time. And I think we can agree that we could have spent another hour or two with Kaya because there's just so much that we could have learned. Before we take a break, quickly on the app, we have an opportunity to respond to a quick poll that's asking us the question, what's the biggest takeaway that we're walking out from this session with? Is it about brand differentiation? Are we learning how to better position our brand? Is it about better understanding our customers to the points that Madame was making here in the front? Is it about how you build trust and connection with your customer base? Or is it about consistency? And I would say to that, even just showing up consistently authentic, which is one of the things I think I've taken away. So you can actually vote for which one of those is a big takeaway. But I'd like you to do one more thing for me. If something that you've taken away is not on this list, please take it, put it in your back pocket. When we have our engagement session at the end of the day, we're going to surface some of those things to really understand what's sticking, what's resonating, but also what remains unclear. So I love the question from the gentleman who was saying, ingenap hot dog, right? Because that's why we're here, to really illuminate things. The worst we could do is walk out of the room a little bit more confused than what we might have been walking in. So take those questions, put them in your back pocket. When we have the closing session, we can bring them all back up. I think what we've done is we've earned the right to take a bit of a break. I think that's where we are now. We're running slightly behind, but please don't stress, that's my problem. We'll figure it out. Let's take a bit of a leg stretch. I'm going to ask for you to help me. Instead of making it a 30-minute break, let's make this one quick so that we can catch up some time and we have more time to engage with the next speakers. It's 11:41. I'm going to ask us, let's just take 15 minutes. So that means just before 12, let's say 5 to 12, we're back in the room and we're ready to go again. Is that okay? Fabulous. I'll see you later. Please come to the front. I've got prizes to you. And the people online, we're getting prizes to you as well for the questions that I read. we've gone past the time that we had wanted to start. I'm going to ask if you're in the room already, if you could kindly please find your seats, and the ones that are still outside will catch up with us as we move on with our program. Thank you so much. For everybody in the room, can I kindly ask for us to take our seats so that we can get started? If you're upstanding and the person next to you is upstanding, please tap them on the elbow. And we're going to get started very shortly. So just a quick reminder again. So the first session that we've just had with Kaya was really helping us to understand how brands help us and marketing helps us to drive growth in our businesses, right? So again, remember that the idea here is that we want to really drill this down to what's practical, what's usable. And so if you still have questions, if you still have areas that you think really, really need to be ventilated, we're going to do that in the afternoon session. We're going to transition now into a corporate presentation. Remember, I spoke a little bit about the corporate presentations and how the various partners that we have are going to come and give us a business perspective on some of these issues. So we do have Sitati Mafura. She is with Google, and in particular, she's a trainer at the Hustle Academy. She's going to come and talk to us about practical AI for your business. But before we go there, I wanted us just to do a quick poll. If you go onto the app, again, so you go into this session, it's the session that's labeled 11:30, which is Corporate Presentation, Practical AI for Your Business. If you go into that and you tap on it, so you go to your app, you go to Program, you go to the session that we're now on, which is the AI for Your Business session, and you click on poll, you'll see that there are two questions there. The first one says, have you used AI in your business? Have you used AI in your business? And there are a couple of options. Either yes, I use it frequently, or I use it occasionally, I've tried it once, or I've actually never used it. It will be interesting to see where we land in the room in terms of our affinity to using AI. The beautiful thing is that I can see on my device the number of people who participated, and then, of course, I can see the scores as well, which I think you can as well. But I think we've got more than 30 people in the room at the moment. And so I'd really love to see some more fingers on this poll. But what's interesting is that more than half of the room at this point, at 58%, is already saying you use AI frequently. And occasionally is about 33%. What's also interesting is that about 10%, sitting at 8% now, saying, actually, I've never used AI. And so we have to unpack some of those things with Sitati to say, what is it that makes AI either inaccessible for those who are not using it? It could be that we just find AI overwhelming. So how do we take away that overwhelming factor so that it becomes the tool that can really drive efficiency and optimize some of the processes in our in our business? So I'm going to hold it there. About 50 people have participated. Thank you for that. Can we then look at the second question? It says, what AI application interests you the most? Of course, now we're talking to the ones who've used it before. We're not talking to the 8 to 10% who says, I've never used it. When you're using AI applications, which ones do you use the most? Are those the kind of apps or AI apps that, do you use them for marketing? Do you use them for customer service, so to engage your customers or to get product to customers or to get your services to customers? Is it for operations? Or is it for content creation? How many of us are using AI for content creation? It's quite interesting. And this, I think, is also a reflection of how I use AI in my business, that about 60% or just over 50% of us in the room are saying, actually, I use it for operations. to do the work of delivering service and creating products and service to our customers and our clients. I want to make sure that Sitati has a line of sight of these questions, thank you, so that she has a sense of where you guys all are in this. So we'll reference back those points in a moment. If you're online, thank you so much for staying with us. We have started a little bit later than we had expected in the room, but we're back and we look forward to your questions again. These will be coming through, and we're hoping that Sitati, in the hour that she has with us, will be able to take on some of those questions as well. And so I'm going to invite Sitati Mafura. I've already introduced her. And the thing that she's really speaking about is something that I'd already prefixed when introducing Kaya, and this idea of how do we turn visibility into opportunity, and what are the AI tools that help us to do that, to translate that, the marketing and brand visibility into actual business, into actual revenue, into actual sales, services and products in the hands of our customers. Let's give Sitati a big round of applause as she comes up.
I've been out looking at places for so long, but everywhere I look, it points me back to you. Don't you say we got too crazy, a little mischief makes fun. You told me I was your favorite book.
Good afternoon already, right? Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? How has the session been treating you? Good. You guys seem a bit tired though, for people who say good. My name is Sitati Irene Mafura, and I am a trainer and a mentor on the Digital Growth Initiative, which is a Google program, and that's what it's run by Hustle Academy. And I'm going to be giving you guys a guide into AI for small businesses, and hopefully give you some insight and understanding into what it is we do on this program. Essentially what it is Google took interest in helping empower small businesses in South Africa digitally. And so we have a program that is run, on which I am one of the mentors and trainers, where we train people digitally about their businesses, almost everything you could think about growing your business and helping it sustain in a digital ecosystem, right? But today we're going to be focusing on AI, helping how AI can actually help your business grow. So practical uses for growing your small business, that being the emphasis through AI. Okay, bear with me. All right. So it's gonna be a bit of an interactive session for this hour, and I'm gonna be asking you guys questions. I know it's annoying, right? But I would appreciate your cooperation. So tell me, what is the most interesting way you've ever seen AI being used in a business? Any business, big, small, any type of business. Would anyone like to say something? The room is small, we can actually hear you, yeah? There at the back.
App development, application development.
Okay, what were they doing? How did they use AI here?
Essentially, what they were doing is they were developing a measurement tool to track brand performance. And what they did is they came up with 5 KPIs, broke that down into 5 subtasks, and then they developed dashboards. So essentially, you would run a poll, get results, get AI to interpret those results, and then feed that information and insights into a dashboard. Yep.
Okay, that's an interesting one.
Sure.
Thank you for sharing that. Anyone else? Yeah?
AI chatbot, like a personal assistant, where even they can it actually does work behind, and it goes through all your apps, everything that you do in a day. You first obviously have to go through a process where you feed it information so that it duplicates you, and then it answers your clients, your emails, just same way as you would. It's something that I also want to explore.
Lovely. I like that. I feel like I could use that. There was the lady here in blue.
No, sorry, we've got an online audience. If I can please ask just for the microphone so the online people can hear you as well. There it is. Thank you so much.
Well, for me, one of the first things that I did with AI was use it to change my logo, my business logo, the graphics, and so that was very interesting and exciting for me. Yeah, love that. And the last two ladies who spoke, they've touched on some of the things we're going to speak about today. So these are the 4, I guess you can say, frameworks that I'm going to teach you today of how you can practically use AI in your business, right? I'm actually going to run you through how you can do this using the Google Suite or Google Workspace apps, right? Okay. Like I said, this is very interactive. So we all have smartphones. People online as well. Please try to scan this QR code. What it is going to do is it's going to take you to the downloading page of the Gemini app. Now, Gemini is the ChatGPT, the native ChatGPT for Google, right? For all the Google Workspace apps. And that is the AI platform that I'm going to be teaching you on today. So once you've got that scanned, give you a second. All right. Okay? Lovely. Those of you who are not able to scan it, you can just simply go into your Google search bar, right, and just type Gemini, and then it'll take you to the website version. Okay. So, how AI is actually helping to transform businesses. Now, as a small business, we all know that you are basically running everything yourself. You are, social media says you wear all the hats. You're the developer, you're the marketer, you're the social media manager, you do everything, which means that you probably have to switch in between learning these different things for you to do them effectively, correct? So AI, the best ways that we have seen it can help any small business owner is by helping you shortcut any of those processes. By helping you not have to go into the depths of learning how to market properly, by helping you not have to learn how to do proper content creation and all these things. And this here is just it's a gift just showing you the different ways that practically, once you've used AI, so these are all things that are generated by AI that were used by small businesses. Okay. Top way that you can use AI, right? To help shortcut. We're talking about shortcuts. Enhance your customer experience. The lady there touched on it a bit. So you know what your product is, or you know what your business does. You probably even already know who your target audience is, right? But the journey from them being a lead or a potential to them being someone that's converted, a client or a repeat client, is what we call the customer experience or the customer journey. Ideally in marketing, the way we love to think about it is the shorter that journey or the easier that journey for your customer, the better for you. The more likely that they will be to either convert or come back or refer someone else. AI can actually help you learn the different ways that you can improve this for your business. So you would have to feed the bot, the chat bot, as much information as you can about your business, right? As much information as you know about your business, and then you tell it, okay, this is what happens, this is how I gather a customer, and this is how they convert. Now, help me find a way to shorten or improve that experience for them. I'm going to teach you how to become good marketing prompters today. Second thing it can help you with, right? We're talking about shortcuts that it can help you with. It can help you make better informed business decisions. I just spoke about that in wearing different hats, you're going to have to learn about being a marketer. You're going to have to learn about being a good content creator, right? And sometimes you have to make these decisions uninformed. You don't have to do that anymore. AI can help you do that. So you can ask it, once you've given it all the overview and the detail about your business, you can tell AI, listen, I need you today to put on the hat of my content creator. And I need to put together a pitch deck because I'm going to present at a business summit. So go ahead and do that for me. And it'll do that for you. And it'll do it with depth, depending on which model you use. And I'm going to show you the models that I recommend for different types of tasks. Okay. Another shortcut, we've already spoken about this, simplifying content creation. Now, I'm gonna maybe mind bubble some of you guys. What is content creation? Or what do you guys think it is? The first thing that comes to mind is probably social media, right? That's not what content creation is. So it includes that, 100%. It includes the beautiful graphics and the things that you're going to put on social media or that your social media manager is going to create for you. But content creation in all, someone that you hire to be a content creator, creates your blogs, creates your website copy, creates your brochures. They sit and create any type of content that communicates your business and your business dealings to an audience. So with that being said, you can understand why or how AI can really be beneficial in taking on the role of being your content creator. Because how long would it take you for you to, one, sit and, not even talking about making it pretty, sit and create a brochure that is engaging, that will convert people. And then now you have to go make it pretty and appealing, right? It's gonna take you a lot of time and you have other things to do, like be here today. So, okay. This is a task that we're gonna do together. There's gonna be quite a few of these. Let me just see something, sorry. Okay, there we go. So, today we are gonna pretend that we all own a business together. The business is called Yoga Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo Yoga Studio. Yes, it is a wellness business. Essentially, they provide yoga and other wellness programs. That is our business, right? We're going to start by creating a proposal for to secure a partnership. And we're going to do this using AI. So the QR code you guys just used, we're going to use that now. You guys scanned a QR code. I hope it took you to Gemini, right? You should be on the Gemini page. If not, you can use the web app. And we are going to go into Gemini. We're going to type in a prompt. I'd like you guys to type in this prompt because I'd like you guys to keep it. I'm going to tell you why you're going to keep it. So, as a B2B, business-to-business strategist, act as a B2B business strategist. So you're telling it, this is the role that I want you to take today. I want you to become my B2B strategist. And then you've told it that I'm a yoga studio owner aiming to partner with local offices. Help me understand my audience and who I should contact with a business proposal. And then finally, you tell it, create a table, include roles and titles and pain points. If you want, you can actually take a picture of this. I do want you to keep it in your prompt, in your AI, but also take a picture of this if you'd like. Okay. Now, before we even, you can hit prompt if you want, before we even do that. This is ideally, ladies and gentlemen, what we would call an effective or a powerful prompt. It's got all the components, which is the who, the persona, who you're asking your GPT to be, what you're asking it to do, and then it's got the how, which encompasses context and format. GPT or AI is as dumb as it will ever be today because it's learning from what we are feeding it. The more we feed it, and the more that it recognizes patterns of collective, this similar information being fed to it, the more it deems certain information as accurate. So you cannot just say, assume that it knows from you saying, be a B2B strategist and give me a business strategy. You cannot assume that it's going to give you accurate information. You need to give it context. Otherwise, it's going to give you, and I'm sure you've seen many times when you use AI, it gives you left field stuff. And you're like, how did this jump in there? It's because you haven't given it context. That is what is called being an effect or having an effective prompt. So your prompt should always consist of the persona, who you're asking GPT to be, or the mind you're asking it to take on, the context, right? Here we've spoken about our yoga studio, the task you're asking it to do, and then the format that you wanted to perform that task in. Okay. I'm glad you wrote it down or you guys took an image. After today, please go try a similar format with your businesses and see what it gives you. All right. Okay, so we've just done this. All right, Question time. What other apps, what other types of content could AI maybe help you create? So now that you know that content creation is not just social media, what other types of content could AI help you create in your businesses? Let's hear about you today, whoever speaks, yeah?
Business profile as well as a website as well. You can edit the content.
Lovely, definitely. What is your business, if I may ask?
We do corporate branding and marketing material. We support events, companies, corporate companies, as well as agencies for their activations and marketing.
Okay, thank you for that. Definitely. Two ladies this side.
Okay, thank you. Also, you can create the business canvas model if you are a startup. They need assist, and as well as the business plan, as long as you prompt it right.
Definitely, definitely.
It can also do projections for you. In your if you are applying for funding, it does a business proposal, including projections if you need it to. And you can also use it as your person in your website where it will be answering question and answers, like on WhatsApp or whatever prompt you have used there.
Yes, like the most frequently asked questions. Yeah, definitely. You've already touched on a bit of what we're going to talk about next. Okay, so we've moved from how AI can help you enhance your customer experience. Now we're talking about how it can help you to automate research or insights that you might need, as the lady has already mentioned a bit there. All right, going back to our business, right? So we've just started the business, we've asked for a business strategy, but now we want to know about the industry, right? We want AI to help us gather as much research as possible. We could do it ourselves, but we know today that even if you try to go and view your competitor, right? You'll probably go to their website, you'll go to their social media, you'll want to see the reviews, and then while you're doing that, something else comes in and takes your focus off of that, and then you're like, oh, okay, but then there's another business that is trying the very same thing that I'm trying to do in a different way. And you can very easily go on that rigmarole and eventually become confused as to what research to take for you to implement or what research for you not to, right? AI can help you to filter out what is applicable for your stage, the stage of your business, right, based on what is out there. And then it can also tell you, then after this, A, B, C, and D would then be applicable in the next stages. So that is how you can use it to research your market trends, projections if you want, but here's the key of why it's better than you doing it yourself. It can actually help you personalize all that research to where you are at, where your business is at that present moment, right? Yeah. Okay. So in Gemini, let's go back to our phones. In Gemini, when in the search prompt, what you guys will see is there's a small arrow, it's on the left-hand side, right? There's a small arrow, it's next to the plus sign. So for some of you, it is the plus sign, depending on where you are, it's the plus sign. If you press that, it's going to give you different models and different types of GPT, yeah, of AI, Gemini models. One of them is called deep research. I hope you guys found it. Okay. That is the ideal model to use whenever you want to gather data or a wide range of knowledge on a certain topic, and you want it to go and pull from different sources and give you what it is you want. That is the proper model to use. Yeah? Okay. So what would happen here is, all right, so what would happen here is we would actually, I would have done a demo for you guys, ask GPT to give us the market research, to do a deep dive for us, and then it would have given us a deep dive. But now you guys know how to do it for your own business. Okay. Any questions? Are we still good? Questions? Mm-hmm. You'd like me to? To go back? Okay, so for some of you it's a plus sign. Let me actually just also, let me do it here with you guys so I know exactly what it is. Is it a plus sign? Do we see the plus sign? Okay, can we press that? All right, thank you. And if you scroll all the way down, you'll see that it's got different models, right? You'll see the one that says deep research. Can we see it? Lovely. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Okay. Let me, even though I can't share, let me at least have this up here. Yeah. Okay. So, now that you actually have said that, you do know, okay, let me give you guys a little tip. It is advisable that with every single prompt or every single task that you want AI to do, don't overload the information in one prompt, right? So one prompt would be in that paragraph space, what you tell it to do, even if you put it in bullet points or whatever. Don't put too much information in one prompt. Rather give it as much as you want effectively, right? Using that framework that we've seen, be effective, send it the prompt, let it answer you, and then add more information in a second prompt. It actually processes better. Think about it as a conversation. If I overload you in one go, this whole day, it's going to overwhelm you. But if we're actually engaging and taking it in bits and in parts, you can process better. The same works with AI. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. The next thing that AI can help you with is streamlining workflows. I think the lady over there spoke about an app that, or business that she has seen use AI to do the very same thing. So, our business, say we are hiring, right? And we need to create a job description to put up on LinkedIn, to put up on Indeed, wherever. We can use AI for that. But I'm going to move away from this. One of the businesses I've seen actually that have used AI effectively for streamlining workflows is, you know, when you onboard someone, say now you're finally at the stage in your business where you can hire someone, which I hope and believe all of you will get there or are soon there, right? But now you need to onboard them. They need to know about your business. One, they need to then know about their role in your business. Two, they need to know all the access and you have to onboard them. It's a process. It could take about a week of their first hire time, right? You can ask AI, how can I do this within 2 days? What do I need to give them? What types of documents do I need to give this person? How can I make this process easier for them, right? Or you can even ask it, because Gemini, the nice thing about it is it's connected to all the workspace apps, which is Docs, Google Docs, Google Sheets, Google Presentation, like this Google Slides. You can actually ask it, just create them for me. Create a spreadsheet where this person will have all the access to everything that they will need, all the passwords, all the domains, and all of that. Second spreadsheet, then I want you to create maybe a workflow of what platforms we're going to use, how I'm going to track what they're doing, how they are going to, report to me, what they've done, right? The cadence of things. That's one way that you can use it. Is there someone who wants to give us an insight to how they would use in their business? Workflow, we're focusing on workflow. How could you improve the workflow of your business using AI? Mm-hmm.
Hi, so I personally use it for email marketing. So I would, like, if my clients subscribe to my email list, then I welcome them, and then maybe the second email would be telling them about the business, and yeah, so it's an automated thing.
So that flow, did you think about it, or did you ask AI, what is the flow that I could use?
So with the help of AI, of course, yeah, but obviously I give it the information that I wanted to send.
Definitely, exactly. Outside of it giving you the content itself, now that we're focusing on workflow, you ask it, for someone who is a new subscriber to my business, how do I welcome them and keep them engaged? We all know that we get all those newsletters and emails, and some we just look at and we move on with our lives. The ones that are engaging is someone has actually went and put in the effort to make sure that that was engaging, even if the effort is giving AI a really good prompt, right? To engage people to actually open the email in a series of sequences until eventually they do convert or go back to your website. Workflow. So any type of system that you already have in place in your business, AI can really help you do that or improve it, right? Given that you give it an effective prompt. Okay. This is supposed to be the last live demo for the session today. It basically was supposed to be me showing you the integration, like I said, of all of the workspace apps with Gemini. So let's actually do this. We're not going to do the full thing, but I would like you to either open Sheets, Google Sheets. You can open it on the web, or if you have the app, go ahead. Or Google Sheets, or Google Docs, or Gmail. Yeah, Google Sheets, or Google Docs, or Gmail. Let me know once you guys are there. If you don't have the app, it's okay. Just put it into your Google search engine. It'll take you right there. Okay. All right. Ideally, once you're there, on your top right-hand corner, it's either you will see the Gemini sign, right? In a little banner that either says upgrade, or you actually have the Gemini sign just there floating. Okay. On Sheets as well, yeah. Do you have it? Is it not there? You don't see it? Okay. I understand why. So you would have to actually subscribe for Gemini. So on Gemini, the first platform that we went on, you would actually have to subscribe for it to integrate into all of your Google apps, yeah. Okay, there is a free trial. But ideally what would happen is you would see this, or you can go to your Gmail. That's free, yeah. Let's do Gmail, all of us. So when you see this icon floating there, it's basically letting you know that I've already integrated your Gemini app with whatever app it is that you're on, right? And rather than actually, so say you open Google Docs or Google Sheets, rather than you actually sitting there now trying to crunch up a table or trying to crunch up or create a document, you can actually just go and press the Gemini icon and then prompt it to do whatever it is that you came to do. And it'll do that for you. The very same also works with Gmail. And I wanted to highlight that because how many of us have sat and received an email chain with like 10 other emails attached to it? And you have to go through all of them to get the context of what it is that you are being asked. And then you find out that all you have to answer is yes or no, right? How annoying is that? Gemini, so you'll see it'll be floating there, right? Once you've connected it on your Gmail app, right? Or on the web, you can actually just ask it, please summarize all of this for me. And it'll do that for you. You can even say, please answer them effectively, give them context of whatever it is that you may also want to say or you think you may need to say, and it'll do that for you. It won't send it, it'll give you the copy and ask you, do you want me to insert this into your email or not? So, very effective once everything is connected. Okay. Speed. We've sort of touched on this, but what routine tasks in your business could AI help you speed up? I think we've sort of spoken about this, but does anyone want to maybe take a go? What tasks would you like to speed up? Maybe let me rephrase that. What tasks do you feel like are irritating, just like we've spoken about the chain of emails? What tasks would you like to speed up with AI?
I use it to submit tenders.
Wow. Okay. I like that. Yeah. Power to you. Okay. And how effective has it been for you?
It cuts off my time. by 70%.
So when you say submit tenders, are we talking about, what are we talking about? What does it do?
You know, the returnables, if you want to do a method statement, if you basically, even pricing, bill of quantities, you can
Okay.
use AI to do that.
Okay. Oh, you can't say you didn't learn anything from this session today. She just gave us a nugget. Thank you. Yeah, definitely. I can imagine that must cut down your time because you're probably not even going to submit to one place, right? Yeah, definitely. Anyone else? Anything you would like sped up in your business?
I'd say content creation, because it takes a lot of time to create content and post it on social media.
And then post it on social media. I like that you mentioned that because one thing about social media is there's the creating and then there's actually posting. Taking that one thing, putting it up, taking the copy or the caption and putting it up, making sure that it is scheduled for the right time. Yeah, definitely. Asking AI to help you do that, right? How you could do that for those who don't know, you could prompt AI and say, okay, maybe say you've already created your content, right? Give it a spreadsheet of all of your content with the headings that, okay, what is this about? What does it entail? What does it talk about? You don't have to say much. And then say, all right, I want you to give me a schedule for this. I want you to tell me which content should go on which app. I want you to tell me which time it should be posted. And then you can use that. And usually these days, most of these, these platforms that actually post for you, right? These scheduling platforms, they allow you to take a spreadsheet like that or whatever AI will give you, and you just feed it to it, and then it'll schedule everything for you, given that you've linked the content itself, yeah. So definitely. Okay, wrap up time. I think I want to take questions. I want to take insights, add-ons, anything that anyone would like to say.
I've got some questions online for you as
Lovely.
well,
Okay.
Setati. Can I get a microphone here? And then let's just remember with our questions, it would be fantastic if we're short and sharp and concise, and introduce yourself as well. And then we'll take 3 in the room, Setati, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
Hi, I am Naledi Noah from Novapi Consulting Services. I think I have probably 2 questions, if I may.
Sure.
So one of the important things that you've outlined about Gemini is that you can integrate it with your Microsoft apps as well. But what I wanted to ask is it possible to integrate it with Outlook in order to kind of have the option of your emails semi-automated, if I may say? But also then another question would be, once you take on the trial, because I did try that, but what I noticed is that the onboarding process, or the process of getting into understanding how the system works, is a bit intimidating, or maybe I don't have the time or the patience to kind of learn it. So what I wanted to understand is it possible to have kind of an onboarding process? I'll make an example. So what Xero does is that when you are onboarding into their accounting system or whatever the case may be, they'll allocate someone to take you through the journey of just the basics of understanding how everything works. So I don't know if you guys currently do that, or if there's a way to go about in understanding it a little bit better. Thank you.
You said you had 2, so that's
2 kind of summed up in one.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Okay.
All right, I
Thank
like
you.
that. So the part is the Outlook piece, and then of course onboarding support. Let me come to this side of the room. Let's have a nice balance of the room. Thank you so much. I see your hands there as well. Please go ahead.
Morning. My name is Tlale. I'm from the Change Institute. I want to know what Google is doing about responsible use of AI. I think that there's a push for everybody to use AI, but there's cybersecurity. And I don't know how many people have asked ChatGPT for something, and you say to it, well, that's not correct. And it comes back and says, oh, sorry. What is the education around using it, even for tenders? Where does the data sit? How safe is it?
Thank you very much. So, Tlale, if I've understood you correctly, it's the ethics of AI. It's the ethics that you get into. Okay, fantastic. I'm going to take one more. I know there's a lot more hands, but I want to give Satati just a chance to wrap her head around 3 questions and not more than 3. I'll come back. Do we have another hand this side of the room? Yes, please. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Chris. I just wanted to find out from you, what would you say to somebody who's an attorney, they own a law firm, and they've heard so much about, the hallucinations that AI can generate at times. If you're saying to them, we're moving on to a path of AI, this is the new reality, how do you reassure them that there's actually a way around that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. And of course, we know with legal frameworks, the hallucinations would become quite a big challenge. So those are the 3. The question of integrating with Outlook, question of support to get onboarded, and then I think Kale and Chris's questions are somewhat related, the ethics and the hallucinations. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So guidance on how to use the whole workspace or the whole suite. There are courses that with the Google offers, right, that can teach you that, not necessarily someone who can come and help you go through the onboarding process, but you can take those courses, and they include, similar to the video that the GIF that I was running, they also include just video formats of that can actually show you a guide of how to use everything. So not necessarily someone to onboard you, but there is guidance on that. And then integrating with Outlook, just like integrating. So did you mean to say Microsoft platforms? Did you mean to say that? So I know that you mentioned that you can actually integrate with your Excel, Word. I meant Google platforms, yes. So Google has its version of Excel, which is Sheets, right? The whole Google suite, that's what it integrates with, yes.
Extend further outside of that?
No.
Is there
It's
perhaps...
native to Google apps.
Okay, is there perhaps an opportunity to kind of look into extending outside of that? Because I think it is quite interesting. So look, I'm an accountant, I own an accounting firm, but I also do have other businesses as well. So my time is kind of semi-limited. So I'm looking at something that can kind of integrate more or less everything that I do to kind of work effectively and efficiently. So I know maybe you might not have the answer to that right now, but I think it would be kind of quite nice to extend that to other platforms as well, considering that it is semi-built to kind of have the same, the same foundation. So it would be just to open the invites to the outside people, I suppose.
Then I would actually urge you, like the program that I mentor on, there are other programs that Google offers, right, that are not, so they're not free to the public, but you can undergo them, AI and all of that. What you're talking about falls under automation, how AI can actually help automate. It can integrate with maybe say one automation platform that's going to pull all your data there with your AI and everything else that you do, so that, like you're saying, you're using less software, you're using less platforms. That's your issue, right? Automation. But I would urge you, definitely, you can come up to our stand later and find out about these different courses that Google does offer. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So to the question of ethics and hallucinations, and if I'm hearing you correctly, Naledi, I think there's a challenge around the competitive silos that limit, the use of particular applications with, particular software and so on. And I mean, it would be absolutely revolutionary if those silos fell away, which I actually think is the conversation happening in this moment. But back to you on ethics and hallucinations.
Okay, so there is definitely being ethical is of importance to Google, and keeping users' information safe, right? If you even ask GPT itself what it does with your information, or Gemini, it'll tell you what it does. It doesn't keep your information. It uses it for learning. By that I mean it takes topics that you give it. It takes smaller things, so not necessarily the full context of what it is you're saying. It cannot, against Privacy Act, fully copy and paste what it is you're saying and then go and give it to someone else. That it cannot do. But it can pull the fact that you and, let's say, someone else on the other end of the room are talking about this, asking it about the same topic, asking it about the same information, and it starts to gather or build frameworks of understanding around topics using those types of learnings. So keeping you safe, your data
Yeah.
safe, definitely important. However, don't necessarily go and feed it your most personal information. Let's just not do that. Yes, yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay.
For Chris, the attorney in the room, he says, you know, can I use AI, and what about hallucinations when I'm calling on a case and then the AI gives me a case that doesn't exist and I'm quoting it at the High Court? What happens then?
It is, like I said, as dumb as it could ever be right now. It really is. It is learning from us. You know, maybe within a year's time, we'll be sitting here and talking about how it won a case for you, right? But right now, it's not able to do that. So as much information as you can, like today you've learned about effective prompting, give it the act that you needed to cite for you. You know, give it as much information as you can about that case without leaving it to make the decision for you. Let it inform you or fill in the gaps for you without it making or building decisions for you, around that case.
Setati Gift online is asking, can AI do my financial statements? Accountants are expensive these days. You guys. Don't kill the messenger. This is the question. Yeah?
And doctors as
and
well.
doctors, accountants, they're all expensive.
Can it? Yes. Can it? Yes.
Should it?
Should we trust it? Not entirely. Not entirely.
No, not entirely.
Not entirely.
All right, so there's another question, and I think it gets to, another big conversation, which is around the balance between AI and the human touch, right? It comes from Tobeka as well. Tobeka, big shout out to you. You've been so engaging online. We really appreciate you. Tobeka says, does using AI frequently not kill the human part of the business? The original idea is coming from the human mind. How can we avoid sounding like robots?
Sounding like robots and even reading like robots. How many of us have read posts on LinkedIn where you can tell this was generated by AI, right? So she is right. It does kill away the human element of it. And funny enough, you didn't hear this from me, there are other platforms these days that say, do you want to humanize your AI text? Yeah, right? Because they've seen that it is an actual problem. So with that being said, without what I just said right now, go in and take what AI gives you and make sure to give it your personality back. You can do that very simply. Just 1-2 sentences there gives it your personality back.
It's so interesting that the comment around personality comes in the branding and marketing conversation as a way of distinguishing ourselves. And once again, even in the relationship about how we're leveraging AI as a digital tool, is not to forget the human touch and the personality. I've got time for maybe 1 or 2 more. I need a hand that hasn't asked a question. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, oh, Sambu Gabi. She's. You promised to come to me, and I didn't. Here we go, my love. Let's get a question. Let's get a microphone. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
Since like AI, they say that it's very bad for the environment. It takes a lot of water and whatnot. I just wanted to know, what is like Google doing about all of that?
Okay, I'd like you to actually tell the room how what you're saying, like elaborate on that.
Because there's, okay, I'm not, don't quote me, but we have heard that online, the use of AI is taking a lot of water, right? So I just wanted to know, like on the Google aspect of things, how are you guys handling that? How is it like environmentally friendly and stuff like that?
So what she's speaking, I just wanted you guys to get context if you don't know. What she's speaking about is that servers in generally, they're physical, right? They're large, they're huge. One server is probably as large as this room or so, right? So you can imagine that alone, the space alone, and then to run it, the energy and all of that, it does not become environmentally friendly, right? Google has adopted using cloud-based servers to start to address that. So
Where AI fits into all of that, I'm not necessarily sure about the science of that, but I do know that they have started hugely moving into using cloud-based service, yeah. Yeah. Are we happy? Okay, you guys seem a lot more alive, so thank you so much for listening.
One last question.
It's the microphone. Where have I lost it? Where did I lose my power?
Here.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, I have been using AI quite a lot, especially this year, and more specifically Claude AI, because I think it's boss.
Okay.
But then one thing that I realized is that most of my IP is lying there now. So I'm a bit concerned about the security element to it. So how does one safeguard themselves? And then how do you also ensure that the IP doesn't go into the open source?
You didn't hear this from me. No, it is safeguarded. Like I said, it cannot take. There are policies prohibiting it to take word for word what you were saying. However, IP we know can be a bit complex. You can say someone created something similar to you and you cannot claim it, right? Tell it, I prohibit you from releasing anything similar to this or using it in any way. That safeguards you. It's the very same way we use emails to send anyone anything. To safeguard ourselves, should we ever have to produce paper trail, just safeguard it. But for now, you are protected, yes. Yeah. Okay.
Got about 2 minutes still to go. We're going to swap things, move things a little bit in the program. So I want to squeeze in your question and then we'll move. Where's the microphone, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So when the sun goes down, I am a musician. So I have tried to ask AI, so it didn't answer my question. So I asked it to provide a Trojan horse example of how to infiltrate the industry. And it said it will not give me this example because it will not help me to intentionally manipulate people. However, isn't marketing actually intentionally, unintentionally manipulating people? Isn't it the whole point? Why it doesn't answer the questions that I
Why
ask?
isn't it helping you manipulate people?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we always are, you know.
Because we always are ethics.
Isn't this always spoke about?
But I will say something to you. Remember the effective prompting? You didn't prompt it effectively. It would have probably given you some sort of an answer had you prompted it differently, yeah.
So instead of saying Trojan horse,
it just
say,
received threat to privacy. So,
okay.
Yeah, I think the marketers in the room would also take a bit of exception to the idea of marketing as manipulation. I think marketing is a form of influence. Manipulation, I think, is a different type of territory.
Definitely.
But let's give Setati a big round of applause. Thank you so much. I found that particularly useful, Setati, the format in which you shared that, allowing us to actually play with the AI. I hope that for those who might have answered the poll a little bit earlier saying, I've never used AI, that changes from today, that you had an opportunity just to play a little bit and to see what's possible. As a person who actively uses AI in my own business, I know that the more you play with it, the more you discover what it can do, and the more you get better at prompting, which then gets you even better quality output every single time. So a very big thank you. What we are supposed to be doing now, and I'm just looking at my app, is that we are going to go into an SME case study with Salt Hub. Matsi Kolobe is here. She is ready for us. We're just handling a bit of a technical issue. So what we're going to do instead, given that it's 1 o'clock, we're going to take lunch, and then we'll take Matsi after lunch. I'm going to ask that, given that we've just had such a lovely tea break, that we just do lunch for 30 minutes. Surely we don't need a 3-course lunch again, right? So if it's 1 o'clock, it means that at 28 past, you and the person sitting next to you are back in the room. And it means you go and find the person who's in the same row as you and bring them back into the room if they're not here by 28 past. All right, I'll see you guys then. I'll see you at 28 past.
Why some say the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are willing to postpone, and one we intend to win.
commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a minimum
if I can just ask you to give us another 2 to 3 minutes, I'm hoping that the ushers are going to get more people back into the room. I can still see clusters of people outside. I don't want our next speaker to come into an empty room. So I just want to say thank you for being here, for being on time, and please don't leave as we're waiting for others to come back in. All right, we're going to get that ushering going. While we're still here, just want to remind you, and I'll repeat this for the people who are not in the room, that remember there are the pods that we're inviting you to visit. There's some really cool gifts at the various pods, which you can only know about if you actually go to the pods. So that's one. If your phone is dying, there's no reason to leave. There's phone chargers at the back. There's a charging station at the back. Those black boxes are charging stations. And then if you haven't had an opportunity in the afternoon, there's a photo booth just here. And we're really encouraging everybody to please take their photos so that you can be part of the captured moments. Fantastic. So I'm just going to give it another 2 minutes or so that we can get a few more people in the room, and then we're going to kick off. Thank you. Before we get started, before I welcome Matsi, if we go into the session that we're going to do now, remember this is the session we're going to have before lunch. It's the session that is titled, What Changed When We Adopted Digital Tools? There's a little poll there for us to do together very quickly. If you go into that session and you press poll, there's 2 questions. What's your biggest digital adoption concern? Can you see that first question? I've got 1 person responding. If your phone is not out, it means you're not participating and you're choosing not to be engaged in this moment. So let's try to the best of our abilities to stay in the process and to take our seats. Thank you so very much. So we're in the session that is titled SME Case Study, What Changed When We Adopted Digital Tools? We have gone into the poll, and it is asking us what's the biggest digital adoption concern. Now, one of the things that we're going to bring into this conversation, Matsi, is how people have responded to that poll. So just to share with you that the vast majority, about 67% of the room saying, actually the issue is choosing the right tools. So maybe if you can speak a little bit about how do we know which is the right tool and we're not just investing in the first thing that we come across. The second poll, if we go to it, says, what's one digital tool you'd like to explore next? Is it CRM? Is it an AI? Is it e-commerce? Or is it automation? So think about your business in this moment and think about what is the one tool that you'd like to explore next. Is it around CRM? Is it about AI? Is it an e-commerce platform? Is it an automated process? And this is quite interesting because, Matsi, the results are showing almost equal. There isn't a leader and there isn't a laggard, which suggests to me, maybe with the exception of automation, which is at about 48%, which suggests to me that there's a broad interest in the different AI tools that are available. So let me invite Matsi now to come and share with us a little bit about what changed in their business when they adopted digital tools. And this again is one of those opportunities where we get to learn from other entrepreneurs who've gone ahead of us and have bagged the lessons and now have the opportunity to share the insights. Let's give her a round of applause.
Can I use this mic, please? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
My name is Matsidiso Kolube, commonly known as Matsi. I would like to speak to you about the power of change. Change is powerful and it's necessary. As Heraclitus once said, change is the only constant in life. As a team at Salt Hub, we didn't know exactly what change would look like for us. We just knew that there was more for us as a team, and we knew that there was better. In that time of us transitioning from Lesedi Creative to now Salt Hub, from a brand positioning perspective, we meditated a lot on the story of the Israelites, actually, and what it took for the select few, Caleb and Joshua, to enter the promised land. This was a promised blessing for all, but limitations, that we normally put on ourselves became struggles for the Israelites, most of them, to look past their own physical obstacles and to a God of the impossible. For us, the shift happened when we understood from this powerful story that we were ready to take on giants, and that our hope relied not on our limiting beliefs, but that we too were fully capable of serving big clients. And as we stepped into our promised land, our positioning as an ad agency became our promised land.
For me, Plan B was never an option. I had no choice but to make Plan A work.
This is a story of how innovation transformed Standard Bank's storytelling DNA. When Standard Bank approached us with a Possible to More and Keep Growing campaign for their business and commercial banking division, they had the name and proposed visual framing, but they needed a framework that would make it truly impactful. What we delivered didn't just meet their brief, it revolutionized how one of Africa's most established financial institutions tells stories. The campaign was already there, but they needed a strategic storytelling approach that would ignite those words. For over 163 years, Standard Bank had told stories through the lens of products, services, and financial solutions. Even with strong campaign themes, the default approach remained product-centric messaging. We saw the opportunity differently. We challenged the bank to embrace something radical. The talking head formula had been used and reused until it lost its ability to move anyone. And to top it off, business owners aren't media trained. A camera pointed at them can collapse authenticity in an instant. Our pitch was a complete departure from conventional testimonial storytelling. We proposed a cinematic framework that would champion the entrepreneur, not the institution, allowing client success stories to take center stage while subtly revealing Standard Bank's role as an enabler, not as a seller. This was our storytelling framework, From Possible to More, and it consisted of two powerful pillars. First, action portrait-style filmmaking that captured business owners and their authentic environments. Second, sound poetic, reflective voice-over narration that transformed individual stories into universal journeys of growth, resilience, and partnership. The response was incredible. Standard Bank's executive head of business and commercial banking marketing was so impressed by our approach that they adopted the framework as the official go-to marketing strategy for all videography and storytelling campaigns moving forward. This was unprecedented. A client's brief transformed into a company-wide methodology. Standard Bank, one of Africa's largest banks, with over 50,000 employees and 20 million customers, now uses our framework as the standard for how they bring human stories to life. The flagship execution of our framework was Jacobs Transport, a business that started in 1999 with two brothers, one second-hand crane truck, and a dream. Today, Jacobs Transport is a major player in South Africa's logistics sector, providing abnormal loads, general freight, and warehousing services across Southern Africa. Standard Bank featured the Jacobs Transport growth story prominently across their business and commercial banking platforms. The story has been viewed tens of thousands of times and is now a signature case study for how Standard Bank partners with businesses at every stage of their growth journey without selling a single service. Part of our framework included a photo shoot during the production, which was then gifted to the businesses to use for commercial purposes as a token of gratitude. The success of this framework transformed Standard Bank's storytelling. The second episode we worked on featured the urban fashion brand Galaxy Boy, and it accumulated 2 million views and counting. What struck us was the nature of the response. Fans pouring in from across South Africa, sharing their connection to the brand, their recognition of the journey, their gratitude for having a story like this told with such care. The third episode took us to Kenya. This speaks to the credibility and strategic partnership we built through this work. It opened doors for continental expansion of the series. The reception was simply electric. Standard Bank's positioning as a partner for growth isn't just a slogan, it's a promise, and our execution on the From Possible to More series made that promise visible.
Thank you. So one would ask what it took for us to get here. It took optimizing our systems to enable us to handle more demanding tasks. It meant creating a centralized filing management system that became our single source of truth. We generate tons and tons of data for our clients. Making sense of it was critical for us to scale and to be able to serve our clients better. We moved literally from saving everything onto our computers to a centralized SharePoint, but for us to get here, took a lot of testing of different platforms. We tried Notions, we tried Trello, we tried Monday.com, Asana. We even went as far as trying to get a software developer to custom build a management system for us. But we just couldn't find one to settle on until we discovered, as I mentioned earlier, Microsoft. It became an ecosystem for us. We use it internally to collaborate as a team. It's been so easy in the sense that, because I think when we started the business and really understood what made us different as Salt Hub, it was really a community. We wanted to build a space that mimicked how we collaborate as a team. And Microsoft team did that for us. We've got channels that we use. We even have a wellness channel, as you can see. We use it to share prayer points for some of our clients even, and any kind of financial wellness. So it's really a platform that we're using to not just work, but it's a platform that we're using as part of our wellness as well. And we didn't just stay on Microsoft Word. We explored one that's currently working for us as a centralized system that we built with the same Microsoft Word. It's an intranet that we normally use just to share what's happening in the business and to share any victories and wins from Salt Hub. Milanote also served as our virtual onboarding for teams that join us. I just want to show you how we utilize it. It's basically a virtual platform that we've used to show how we house all of our frameworks, from filing right down to how we onboard a new project. So it's really a centralized system that we use for everyone joining us to understand what kind of apps or platforms we use from the time a project comes into the system, right to project management, as you can see, from team collaboration and the different steps that we then take for production and the final output. It's also a centralized space that we use for that we've built together as a team. This, as you can see, I think I did highlight earlier that we're an ad agency, but storytelling is a big part of what we do. So we use the same platform to just share learnings around storytelling and directing. I'm just gonna take, so what did it take for us to get here? We didn't just land on one platform, as I said. To land on Microsoft Word and Milanote, it took so many trials and errors. We understood innately as a team that the very drivers of our day-to-day operations needed to find a system that worked for them, a system that would be easy for them to use, and one that they would enjoy using as well. And that's how we landed on Microsoft and Milanote. And what became the fruit of this really was just the team working from one centralized system. It created a peace of mind for the team and just better structure and way of collaborating, both internally and externally with our clients. We needed an internal operating system that would not only cater for the output, but one that would cater for the well-being of the people using the very system. Our culture, as I mentioned earlier, became embedded in all of the tools that we use. It became the bedrock of how we share our work externally. You know, they always say that doctors can't really cure themselves. It took a while for us to really spend the time to, I would say, working on our websites. I think for the longest time, we were so committed, you know, to just investing our skills in our clients' businesses until 2 years ago, where we decided to really just be more intentional in how we show up. So we used, as you can see, our website as a key portal for how we position, how we execute, and the kind of impact that we've had in the past couple of years. So our website became a huge driver, really, in cementing our positioning as an ad agency, but also becoming our mouthpiece. We're not always there to speak for our brands, and it's important how we position ourselves so that the things that are said about us are things that we that align quite a lot to who we are as an ad agency. Our website was intentionally designed to fulfill this role. It needed to become a true reflection of who we are and what we stand for. We became quite diligent and intentional, as I said earlier, with how we executed our brand positioning. We invested our skills internally, our expertise, our creativity into every single touch point at Salt Hub. The impact of the decision has been truly significant for us. Our brand presence has become a powerful credibility builder, opening doors to new opportunities and partnerships. We've had organizations reaching out to us by solely looking at our website to collaborate. A strong brand equity This is something that we would always say to our clients, as I was saying, doctors don't always cure themselves. A strong brand equity is it's not merely a marketing outcome. It is a business asset. A well-positioned and a trusted brand creates opportunities and influences purchasing power. Brand equity is not a vanity metric. It truly translates into tangible business growth. Strong, visible brands build strong bottom lines. And now on to the part that I shudder talking about the most, myself. I am a child of God. I'm a mother raising 2 incredible children. I'm a lifelong learner currently pursuing my MBA. I am a servant at heart. I love serving both my team and my clients. And really the partnerships that I've been able to and privileged to have as an entrepreneur. It hasn't always been easy. I remember it must have been about 7 years ago, where I actually traded my son's bicycle for 150 just so that I could make ends meet. I don't know how many times I went to Cash Crusaders to exchange my MacBook for 2,400. I remember clearly that it was 2,400 that I would get every 2 months. These are some of the struggles I think that many people don't get to see as we grow and as we build and create impact that outlives us. I'm still building and I'm still trusting for more. Another facet of Matsi is my team, my tribe, and truly the most beautiful human beings that I get the privilege of leading alongside. These are the faces driving change for businesses and societies across the globe. It is an absolute honor and a privilege to serve alongside them. As I wrap up, I would like to just share key takeaways from my presentation. Do not be scared of change. It is necessary. And as you continue to build and evolve as an entrepreneur, embrace change. Invest your time in experimenting with different digital tools. You can't really settle on one digital tool at a go. You have to invest your time in figuring out one that aligns first with your culture, one that's easy to use. I mean, I think we spent probably about 6 months trying to figure out digital tools that worked for us, but it helped us create a system that has really worked and is making it easy for us to onboard our team so that what we speak and share internally is aligned and there's cohesion. And getting the relevant people, which is your team, involved as you explore. You can't really create a system that the team won't be able to use. So allowing them to have input is quite key because they are the ones that will be using these digital platforms. And keeping the main thing, I think with so many digital tools around, it can get a bit confusing to decide on one that makes sense for you. Once you've established a digital platform that works, allow that to filter into every single part of the operations of your business. And as I wrap up, I'd like to leave you with this quote that I feel really touches on what I have shared. Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree and I'll spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. It takes a while to build and it takes intentionality to build. If you can spend time researching, looking at what's out there, but most importantly, realizing how to customize a digital tool that makes sense for you, it would be the first part of you really being able to grow your business. And that's that from my side. May God bless and expand your businesses. Thank you.
you so much, Matsi. It's not often I come into a business space and after a talk I hear the people behind me saying, amen. That's the kind of space that we're in. I know we're tight on time, but I really do want to give at least one or two people an opportunity to ask you a question. I do have some questions online. I'll take one from online and I'll take two from the room. Any questions? I'll even take a comment. Otherwise, I'm going to lead with the questions that I have. Let me go to this new hand. Thank you so much. The gentleman, please, sir, if you could please introduce yourself and pose your question to Matsi.
Hi, I'm Anthony. How did you get your team to embrace and accept the change? Because you know, when you're a business leader, sometimes it's for you it's change, for them it's just compliance with what the boss is saying. How did you get them to really embrace it so that they're part of you with the vision and with the change?
Yes, thank you. That's a very important question. So I think I did mention earlier that we actually meditated for quite some time on the story of the Israelites and what it took for that change to take place. I think as human beings, we always want more. We always want change. And as a team, there was really that understanding and that hunger for more and for better. And from just that base point, right, we did our value workshops together just to understand. I think it was important to really understand what change meant for all of us individually before we came together. And being intentional in cementing that as the bedrock or the foundation. So we did a values workshop and we had coaching because, as I was saying, change is not, especially in a team setup, you have to journey with your team and you need to know and also understand why they want change. What kind of change do they want and what are you promising, you know, as the owner, to journey with them to ensure that that change is felt. So it was more a collaborative thing and really just an understanding of what it meant, not necessarily for the organization, but for everyone individually.
Sure, that's such a powerful response because I think beyond just the process of how do you onboard people and not leave them behind, you've also given us a little bit of a sneak peek into your culture. I don't know if you guys heard the response, we meditated on it. I don't know how many of you guys walk into work and have the opportunity to meditate together. But beyond that, you've made it practical. You've spoken about a values alignment workshop. So doing the work of aligning hearts and minds, sharpening the axe before you cut down the tree. And I think therein is also a lesson that you're giving us that in a world, even where we're speaking about digital, that the conditions that make those changes possible oftentimes sit in the heart and the mind and how you cultivate that culture. Thank you so much. Is there one more? Yes, please. Short and sharp, and then we're going to release Matsi. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Mine is just a comment.
Yes.
And more so because I relate with the story of going to Incredible Connect to pawn your stuff just to survive. And I'm grateful to be here. I'm honored to be here. But my question to you as a woman leader, how did you navigate dealing with people who are pulling back whilst you are pushing forward? Why I'm saying this, I've partnered with agencies where I mentor skills, not specific skills. So I have interns within my business. But at times I get there and I'm like, I'm done with you. Ne? Now I want you to work with me. Because I know it's my weakness. People's management is not my strongest, but I've got people who are managing them. But I like to call myself as an incubator. I'm not a CEO, I'm just a founder. Now, as a founder, you shake when your mind relates with what you have been through 6 years back. When people are not pulling the weight, but you are also wanting to give them an opportunity. Because I'll make an example, in private sector and in government, they don't hire without experience. We as entrepreneurs, we give them an opportunity to be in internship and learnership for 12 months. But in that 12 months, you suffer the consequences of wanting to accommodate them, to learn from you, so that their resume can make sense to the next employer.
Yeah.
So I want you to just
Allow me to
be my
paraphrase.
therapist.
Thank you. Be my therapist, she says. Allow me to paraphrase, because I do think that it's a question that's broader than the conversation that we've had, and maybe to the Standard Bank team, it is an indication that there's a missing conversation, a conversation around the leading people in the context of a digital world, where we are moving into becoming increasingly digital organizations. And what does that mean in terms of how we lead people? And especially in a workplace where we have so many younger people coming in, how do we balance that intergenerational mix? And oftentimes they would come in being a lot more digitally savvy than the people that you find there. So in a paraphrase to you, I'd say, do you have a comment on how have you as a leader balanced perhaps an intergenerational mix within your organization, but also making sure that everybody, you've spoken about the buy-in and getting people on board, but how do you manage and balance the different types of diversities in your team?
I think it's always leading from the back and knowing and understanding that you don't always have the answer. I don't know how many times my clients would come and they wouldn't even know that I'm the CEO, and I enjoy that because I don't like talking. But what it has taught me is that people can actually lead, right? And it's not for us to lead, it's for us to learn as leaders and understand how we can lead others better. So just really taking the time to get to learn people, go for coffee with them, understand who they are, because these are people, right? They're people that come with their own things. They're people that come with their own burdens. So really making the time and investing in those non-intangibles for me has been the greatest blessing. So I think it's just spending time to understand the people that are journeying with you and who are also saying, I'm keen, I wanna help you build your business. So just making that time to really just get to know who is in your space and investing in that, it creates incredible psychological safety first, but also people wanting to be a part of the business, because there's that understanding that I'm seen beyond what I'm delivering, or even beyond my limitations. I hope I've answered you.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent response. Can we give Mati a big round of applause? Well done. Thank you. I don't know, after listening to Mati, I'm kind of feeling if this entrepreneurship thing of mine doesn't work out, Mati, I'm bringing my CV, ne? I want to work for you. I want to work in a place where I get to meditate, where I get values alignment, where I feel like my leader is speaking life into me. You have such a beautiful presence, and I think we can all feel it in the room. I wanted to read a comment from online, which I thought I didn't want to put to you, Mati, because of in the interest of time, but I want to put to all of us. And I'm not asking you to answer it. I'm asking you to reflect on this. And it's a question, really. It comes from Tifo. And Tifo says, take us inside the worst moment before digital adoption. What was the moment that made you say, I just can't do this manually anymore? And I think that's the invitation, is to go and seek out those moments in our businesses where it just doesn't make sense for me to be spending so much time doing this thing. And then begin to open up the possibility of, is there a different way? Is there a faster, more efficient, more productive way for me to do this? And using that as the invitation to start the journey of exploration. So Tifo, thank you so much. Now, a couple of things that I want to do. As I introduce the next speaker, there's going to be some movement. There's going to be some of our brothers and sisters who are waiters and waitresses who are going to come in bearing gifts. Do not open the gift. Do not open the psh. You're going to be very tempted to open it. You just take it and you put it beside you, right? Then, if you had asked a question in this round and the previous round, please put up your hand. And I know there are people who've asked a couple of questions that you just put up your hand once. All right. And you didn't get a gift. Put up your hand if I didn't give you a gift, but you asked a question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Fine. I don't remember the question. So, I've got 4 bags. Team Sibu, can I get 6 extra bags to get me to 10 bags? And then straight after this next session, I'll make sure that the bags are ready so that if you've been engaging and you've been showing up in the conversation, you're gonna leave with something today. And when you come back tomorrow, more of the same, yeah? Now, very quickly, because I might forget before I introduce the next speaker, I don't want you guys to miss the opportunity to visit the pods in the room. By the way, there's gifts there too, which you won't get if you don't go and visit. Some really nice gifts. So if you haven't gone today, you still can go this afternoon. You can go all day tomorrow. Don't think that you need to leave because your phone is dying. There's charging stations right at the back for you. And it's all safe. You put your phone in, you lock it in, and you're all charged up. In that white booth over there is a photo booth outside. We want to capture this moment with you and count the people and the moments that you were here. So if you didn't get an opportunity to take a picture today, please pass by tomorrow and take a picture. We'd really like to have you as part of that memory archive. Our next speaker delivers a corporate presentation for us on the topic of building engaged communities. So how do we build a community and not just a pathway where we get to sell product and service to our customers? How do we create a community? It's kind of become a buzzword, a sexy word of late, but what is it exactly, and how do you build that community? We are so privileged that Mbali Nyembe is going to be leading us in this presentation. Yes, she is with Red Bull, but over and above that, she's stepping into the space with so many multiple hats. She comes with experience as a digital marketing specialist. She comes into experience as somebody who's co-founded an agency in the past herself. She's done the content creation work. She's also done the work of being a social media specialist. So we're getting the full Monty, right? So let's give Bali a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Okay. Did I bring it with me? No, sis, let me have your number.
Is this
I
sugar free?
Let me have
Ooh, nice.
I'll be here from 8:30. Yeah.
Don't
sis.
open.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, thank you so much. All right. I'm guessing everyone has a can now. All right, okay. So today has been such an insightful day and fruitful day. We've learned so much, and I'd like for us to now be the content creators. You know, we learned about content creation, but let's create the content. So, everyone grab your can, and I'm gonna count down from 3. When I get to 1, we're all going to open it at the same time. Right? So everyone has a can. Okay. 3, 2, 1. That's a content format called ASMR, you know, a pleasant and delightful sound, basically. All right, okay, I'm not here to create content with you guys, I'm just here to talk about building engaging communities. Now that we've nourished our bodies and we've fueled our minds, we are now energized to receive everything from this presentation. All right, I don't know how to use this, so, okay. There's a saying called culture eats strategy for breakfast. This is basically a quote taken from Peter Drucker. I'm not sure how to pronounce his surname. And essentially the principle of this quote is, no matter how great your business plan is, no matter how powerful you've inputted all the plans from beginning to end, if your business culture isn't strong to support it, those business plans won't survive. Now, I'd like to spin off a bit from that quote and put my own remix to it. And I'm saying community eats trends for breakfast. And basically, if your page, if your business, if your brand is meant to live on trends and creating trends all the time and following trends, it will always be short-lived. But if you focus on community, there's more sustainability when you get that right. Now, before I go into building communities, I'd like to actually lay the land and give you a foundation of basically where we are in South Africa. 90% of what I'm speaking about is in the context of South Africa so that we can bring it back home. Now, when you look at these stats, South Africa is the #1 country that spends the most time online. We spend over 9 hours online, searching, doing whatever it is that we're doing, but basically we spend more time being online over sleeping. We spend more time being online over actually spending time with our families. And if you look at the reasons why people spend time online, it's for various reasons. You know, some people are finding information, some people are getting their education online, or it's for business-related research. It differs. But the main point that I want to focus on today, the main point that I want to focus on today is researching products and brands. This is going to be the context of which I'm going to base building engaging communities on. Basically, how as a brand you tackle that topic. Well, there's a huge crisis happening right now when it comes to international brands. This illustration right now just shows how brands are starting to be flat, which means brands are starting to look the same. We started off with logos that have beautiful fonts that are just so unique and really played with typography, to now everyone is like using Arial Bold, or they're using Times New Roman. You know, they're using generic brands. And then when you look at, even when it comes to clothing, clothing is looking the same. We're dressing the same. It's just labeled in a different brand or a different logo on it. Now, with all that context of where these mega brands are going, there's starting to be a lot of clutter as well online. People create content for different things, whether it is their makeup, whether it is hair. There's content creators, brands are creating content. Everyone just wants to be online, and on a daily basis, this is basically what we're exposed to. So all those 9 hours, I'm sure within an hour, you're exposed to over 100 videos, and everything becomes cluttered. Everything becomes the same because people are now chasing trends. Now, I came up with a formula to simplify what building communities basically is. Now, the definition of a community is a group of people who share common ground. Now, how do we identify where the common ground is? Now, one, you can build a community by personifying your brand. Make your brand human. One thing that we learned about Okaya today was how his CV stood out because it had character and personality. So if you were to step back and take your brand and write a CV for your brand as if your brand is a human being, what would you say about it? How would you describe it? How would you sell your brand as a human to a company, for example? Just how you guys are all business people, so obviously you're not selling your CV, but how would you basically take your brand and make it a person and make it a CV? Now, once you've identified those trends, you go into telling the story you know. I work for big brand, and I'm going to be transparent. Like in our digital team, we have a lot of people, right? But when you're a small-scale brand, you don't have access to that, and it's okay. So it doesn't mean that you must tell 10 million stories at once. My advice is tell the story you have access to. Tell the story you know. Tell the story that inspired you to actually create the brand or the business in the first place. That's something that you have access to. That's something that doesn't need manpower. That's something that doesn't even need AI, because AI can't tell your story. They can fix your grammar, but they can't tell your story, you know? And basically, when you put this equation together, you will know where to find and reach your consumers. You will know where your consumers are sitting. You will know what type of things your consumer likes, because you're living that story. You're living that person, or your brand is living those traits as well. Now that we've established what the equation is, I actually want to show you a practical example from a South African brand. I am not paid to speak about these brands, but they're very close to my heart, and in the spirit of the World Cup, I thought I'd just bring it back home as well. Right, so this is a mini case study. We've got two brands. We've got Gussie Flavor, and we've got Old School. Can you put your hands up if you know Gussie Flavor? Can you put your hands up if you know Old School? All right. I'm very impressed by people who know both, because clearly you know your fashion, and that's really cool. So you've got these two brands who are pretty much alike. They both are a clothing brand. They both touch on nostalgia. You won't see them create clothes that are in fashion right now. They usually create those old nostalgic, clothes from maybe Bafana Bafana back in the days, or Kaizer Chiefs back in the days, so they have that nostalgia feel that maybe your timer would be like, yo, that's a nice top, because it touches the heart of nostalgia. And one thing that is also common between these two brands is that they both have sportive influence. They don't create clothes over hip-hop. They're not going to create clothes over cars, whatever it is. It's going to touch on sports. And then another thing that's similar with these brands is that they're all honoring, Gussie Flavors honors past legends, while Old School uses legendary opinion leaders. And I'll show you what I mean in a second. I tell you this fact because nothing is new under the sun, right? There's no product that you can create right now that doesn't exist in any shape or form. So basically, there will always be another brand that is creating content, or rather, that's producing a product that you're already selling in the market. Now, what differentiates these two brands is their story. What differentiates these two brands, it's their why and the communities that they reach. So when you look at Gussie Flavors, if you were to describe the community that Gussie Flavors brand reaches, it's a proudly township-inspired brand rooted in authentic South African street culture and deep community pride. And then when you look at Old School, how you would describe that community, it's a heritage-driven brand that honors timeless traditions, classic styles, and authenticity of the good old days. Right, so now we've seen how these brands are similar, and we've seen how these brands are different. Now I'm gonna show you two videos, and basically these videos are gonna explain further how they reach their communities in different scales. You'll see which brand has the big budgets, and you'll see which brand is using the resources that they have.
Hayi welcome seyifikile manje, sefikile manje. Machance, otherwise welcome ifikile manje machance. Ngiphethe izinto ezi-on. Shoes 10 special 2026 Sabalanda. Mamzo, bafana kaofela. Shoes Mushu. 10 special mato. Eish. Shoes and shoes 2026 bafana kaofela. Ah. Ya amasheta vayile namhlanje. Thimbamba amandla nami yo.
This is an important year. I scored the first goal of the final in 1992.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Similar clothes, but different style in approaching their consumers, different styles in speaking about their brand. And not everyone, I'm conscious that not everyone has access to a Dr. Khumalo or even has the money to pay a Dr. Khumalo. I can only imagine how much it costs. But there's a difference when it comes to when you're engaging with consumers. The Dr. Khumalo video was fire. Like it was really, it's nice to see a legend back on our screens, you know. It's great, it's beautiful. But there's something special also about how Gussie Flavors went about showing their product, reaching their community, and speaking about their brands. And that's how you know how impactful you've reached your community. When other people can start sharing, when other people can comment about it, when people are speaking to you in the comments, when people are actually engaging and not just commenting with emojis, that's how you know you've actually touched the right people. That's how you know that you've actually created an engaged community, a community that cares, a community that can resonate with you, a community that understands your brand. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Fantastic. Firstly, can we give Mbali a big round of applause? Like another round of applause. Thank you, Mbali. I want us to give an opportunity to engage. I think that was, again, felt like an absolute masterclass in how to build community. I want to take some questions from in the room first before we go online and pick up one or two questions there. There is a poll, though, for all of us before we go to the questions. If you go to the session, there are two questions that have popped up on the poll. The first one is, which platform, I'm going to make sure that we've got yes, so if you go into building a community, not just marketing, and you go to the poll, the first question is, which platform drives the most engagement for you? So we're thinking about your community. Where are your people engaging with you? Is it on Facebook? Is it on Instagram? Is it on LinkedIn? Is it on WhatsApp? Immediately, WhatsApp just shot up on the poll outcomes. Let's get a few fingers on that poll. Let's get a few voices involved there. And Bala, I can tell you 61, 62% is all saying WhatsApp. And the rest are actually pretty close together. So 15% on LinkedIn, 20% on Instagram, and another 17% on Facebook. So maybe just a quick comment. Does that make sense that WhatsApp is a platform that enables more community engagement than the others?
Yes, it does make sense because WhatsApp is like the #1 platform that we all use because we use it for various reasons. And it's also easily accessible if you want to reach over to a brand.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Can we take a look at the second question? What will you focus on after this session? So after what Bali shared with us on how we build our community, how we engage and how we conversate with our community, what are you going to focus on? Do you think your business needs to start at the content space, just thinking about what is the content that you want to put out? Is it about, I already have the content, but perhaps what we've been doing is a one-way engagement where we haven't been engaging, but we've just been sharing content, so we haven't been in conversation with our customers. Is it about storytelling and focusing a little bit on what is our story and how do we tell it? I love the point you made about this, only you can tell the story that you have, even if you use AI. And then the last one, is it about customer loyalty? And I can tell you based on the results already, more than half the people in the room saying, actually we need to focus on storytelling as a primary and then go to engagement. A very small part saying it's about customer loyalty. And I think that's probably a reflection of what you've shared with us today. Let me get a few questions. So if you're in the room, questions, comments. Yes, sir, I'll take your hand. Let's have a microphone going to the good gentleman. Can I also please get an assistance? I'd like my 10 gifts up here in the front, please. If one of the ushers could please help me by getting the 5 gifts there by Bali and bringing the others here while the gentleman asks, and then I see your hand as well, and then I'll go to the other side of the room. Please go ahead, sir. Let's try again. I think you're on now. Let's just try once more.
2.
There we go.
1.
Hi.
Hey.
Just want to ask, with the recent times we're living in the crazy world of social media, trend, and AI, and how does one engage himself or herself with his product or, whatever one developed to move away from the sea of what's trending, because now trend is new, trend is famous, and it's difficult to create a brand and, not to look away from what's trending. And how can I create a content for my brand that can, blow out, what's happening right now. But my questions relate to how do I engage the reality of my focus, my brand, and to what I want, and also not to, overlook the social media, what's trending, because let's be honest, trend is new thing. If you post a video there of whatever the brand is, you blow out, you've got 2 million views, anyone is quick to come to you to say, okay, I'll invest in you, or what's your social media view? How do I, focus on me without being swallowed by the sea of the social media, the trend, and.
What's your name, sir?
Marumo.
Marumo, so by the way, Marumo, that slide that Mbali had, I think her title was Cutting Through the Clutter and the Noise. I saw my face there in the corner, so I was like, Nami, I'm the noise. I don't know how to feel about that, Mbali, but I think the reason why I share that is because I think your question is so important. And because what Marumo is saying is that we're hearing that we have to be distinctive, that our story needs to stand out. But if everybody is following trends, it sounds like a contradiction. Should I just be doing the thing that everybody's doing and with the hope that they'll see me as well because everybody's doing this particular TikTok dance as an example? Or should I be focusing on the unique thing that I'm doing and hoping that its distinctiveness will set me apart?
All right, thank you so much for that question. Okay. You know, when it comes to cutting through the clutter, sometimes we celebrate having 100,000 views, 50,000 views, 10,000 views, but if you don't even sell your product, does that mean you're successful? Because at the end, you want to sell your product. So even if you had 10 views, but 8 people bought your products, that would be a bit of a success, right? More of a success because there's turnover as well. I don't know, did I use the right word? Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. All right, so when it comes to cutting through the clutter and creating engaging content, is also to remember, don't just sell your product. Don't focus leading with your product. Focus on, one, the functionality of your product. How is it going to help people? We're living in a world where sponsored ads are what you see every three times you scroll.
Yeah.
So we're always getting sold something, and the minute someone feels like they're getting sold something, they tune off, they move on. But when people see that there's value and benefit in what your product is selling, they can become more engaged. And also, we shouldn't forget that also, try over and over and over again. Mate put up a quote about if it takes me, the one about the tree where it takes me,
4 hours to sharpen the axe. If I had 6 hours, I'll spend 4 hours sharpening the axe and 2 hours chopping down the tree.
Thank you so much. You see, that takes repetition. That means most of your time is spent repeating a specific act to get success. So don't give up too quickly if your content isn't reaching the right people. When you see a content that is actually starting to become more successful than other pieces, re-edit that content, post it again. It will receive another audience. Re-edit that same content that was successful out of the 50 content pieces that you did, re-edit, and it will reach a different audience until people find your product, until people find the value in what you're selling them as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I get the essence of your question because I think most entrepreneurs are just thinking about how do I beat the algorithm or crack the algorithm? It's you put something out there and you hope for the best. And what I'm hearing you say is there's a very intentional way of thinking about it. I want to read this comment from Tobega. By the way, Tobega, one way or the other, you're going to get a prize. Tobega is online and has been engaging all day. Tobega says, your brand has a story behind it. Stick to it. Don't worry about being relatable. Being original will always relate, which I think is just so beautifully said. Is there another question in the room? Yes, please, and I'll take your hand as well. Can we get the microphone on this side? I see you as well. Cool, thank you.
Good day, hope everyone is well. So when you're speaking about community, I just want to understand, are you saying when I'm in Ekasi, I'll sell amagwenya, and then when I'm in Santin, I'll sell fat cakes? Is that what you're saying?
I love the question. Yeah, that's exactly how we should ask it. Go for it, Mbali.
Because the two are not the same, although it might sound very offish, and I love because it's the first time I hear from a business perspective somebody talk about community. It's also saying, you are saying to us, we must attach ourselves to our clients, but in a form of marketing. Is that what you are saying? Or finding your client and then after finding or conceptualizing your product, understanding your client, and then attaching yourself to the client. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think the last part is related more to what I'm saying. Who says that people from Sandton don't eat amagwenya?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Who says the people from Ekasi don't eat sushi?
Yes.
You know, it's about understanding what people like and also speaking to them in a way that will draw them to what you're also selling. So focus on also bringing visibility to your product, which is amagwenya, and show it also in different contexts. Let me just make an example now. Let's say you are creating content and you want to take pictures of amagwenya and you want to sell it online. Show different types of pictures and contexts in which amagwenya could be eaten. So your first frame could be amagwenya being eaten with, you know, those stainless steel cups where...
Yes, the enamel.
Yes, thank you. So that could be your first frame. Your second frame could be amagwenya being eaten in a China set piece. That's a different LSM, but you're still selling the same thing. The third frame could be amagwenya, but eaten in a plastiki vele, you know, where you sold it. Another frame could be amagwenya, but being eaten just in a different context. So your product is still the same, but the people that you are reaching are different, and they still all like what you are selling. So, yeah.
So what you're actually saying is that your product must also be intentional in branding. If you are branding it, you must know that this branding is suitable for this type of client. This branding is suitable for this type of client. But I must know that ekasi amagunya fagwe plastikini santin abekwe ndishini.
Yes. Yeah.
I think that's my top takeaway. When I go back home and my husband asks me, what did you learn today? Amagwinya, ekasi, adliwe plastikini, esentin, adliwe plating. All right. I got it. I want to just sneak this in. I know I've got hands. Maybe let's get the microphone here. I just want to sneak this one in, Mbali, very quickly. Gift uti, because we were speaking about ekasi, gift is saying, would you advise someone to give their business a Kasi name? Can that name relate in a corporate world? And I like this question because we talk about authenticity and originality, and so we gravitate towards the names that sound familiar to us, but perhaps we're wanting to grow the business in a broader context beyond this core market. What's your advice about, do I do a generic English name, or do I trust that the Kasi name will stick?
Trust in the Kasi name. Trust in what you like and what you want to name your business. There are people overseas who are wearing Maklosa. Can they pronounce it? We don't know.
No.
Do they like it? Yes, they do. We know that for a fact. And they didn't change their name because they're now overseas. So stick to your name, stick to what you like, trust and believe that people will learn how to pronounce it.
Yeah, it's a great point. Madam, can I give you the floor? Yes.
My name is Troita Deliwe, so I also run an accounting firm. So I'm looking at your formula here, like personifying your brand plus telling a story. So I'm just trying to figure out, like in our businesses, for example, how do I personify? Like maybe give us examples of how to do that and telling the story. Because what we find as well is that the clients, they like someone who's actually, if you're an accountant, someone who's actually, they feel is confidential, will be confidential in their businesses, which is understandable because it's a very personal type of information. Yeah, I think that's my question. I'm just trying to think, because even Uma spoke about this telling a story, and I'm just trying to think what story I can tell.
All right, so personifying your brand in a professional setup, basically. I would say you personify your brand by also how you show up. Are you professional? Do you have a website? When people communicate, are you reachable? Are you friendly? just like how when we go to a store and we engage with different people, you feel like you want to buy something if someone is extra helpful and they go the extra way. You know, even if it's not part of their character, but it just touches your heart in some way. So I'd say in a brand space, it's also about how you show up. I know most of the examples I showed was business to consumers, but even business to business, how you show up is the most important, because that builds loyalty as well and people always wanting to work with you.
Fabulous. Thank you. I know I owed you a hand, please. Mobile, I think? Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I am Ngobile, and I'm the founder of Kanye Cosmetics, and it's a skincare brand. So recently I started what I call the Kanye skincare community, and it's built around the belief that healthy skin starts from within. And so what we do is I bring like experts, like maybe a dietitian or a somatologist or a dermatologist, to just share their insights and experts on skin and diet or whatever the case may be. So we do weekly live sessions online, but the challenge is that, like you spoke on platforms like WhatsApp, for example, where it's easily accessible and people are not used to like those other platforms like I use WordPress. So how do you get people to move to that direction outside like your traditional social media platforms like your WhatsApp and your TikToks and so forth?
Right, so wait, if I understand better, it's how do you convert people from like more Facebook to WhatsApp?
Yeah, to the platform that you want to use. So I suppose if I were to paraphrase the question, it would be, do you meet your community where it is and you adapt to that community? Or is there a way that you could transition a community to a particular platform that is more effective for your business?
Okay, thank you so much. Right, so when it comes to building communities, look at it as you're serving people and you want to reach them where they are, because you don't want to inconvenience them where you're saying, click link in bio to go to my WhatsApp channel. Click, like, you know, when you have a lot of routes of where you're taking people, it's easy for it to get dropped. So I would say meet your community where they are. And when that platform starts growing, they naturally would want to stick with you to wherever you are, because they'll end up wanting more. They'll end up wanting maybe for WhatsApp, you are now providing exclusive skincare or limited edition stuff, and that's when you will convert them to WhatsApp. But always service them where they are.
Yeah. I'm out of time, but I'm feeling I'm going to get into trouble. There was a hand, I think, behind you. It was Shem, she's been. Can I please give her an opportunity? And I want to apologize to Nkosiam. The way you are looking at me now, I don't know. Madam, can you make your, yes, go ahead. Can you please be very concise, because I have had that hand up for about half an hour already. Please go for it.
Okay, great. Just a shout out to Mbali. Hey, Mbali.
Hey.
Quick one. So there are a few keywords that I picked up from a presentation, which is relevance, memorable, and so on. There are a few brands that we grew up wearing, right, from a clothing point of view. But the majority of those brands have obviously become so flat, right? Just touching back to what you had just spoken to. What do you think they did not get right? I can mention a few, but I don't want to sort of throw names out there. But you probably know those names that started off pretty well, and then they fell flat because people were just excited to wear that brand for a moment. And over time, we're no longer wearing that.
You can name the brand. They're not here. What is the brand? Just give us one. We need receipts. Just give us one.
So let's take, for example, Bantu.
Okay.
Right?
Cool.
So just anyone who owns a brand, really, how do they sustain in the media, or even how do they sustain the sales and so on? Thanks.
Can I just couple it with that question? So the one is a sustainability question. So how do you make sure that you're not a big bang, that you live beyond the big bang? In Zulu, we say that you are not umlilo wamaphepha, a fire made out of paper, that you can sustain the longevity of your brand. Please.
Thank you. Katlego Suze from Pretoria, in agro-processor. So I just wanted to ask, my question is quite simple. In terms of the last slide that you put up, you said that you measure if you've reached your market through the comments on posts. That brings my question to getting an idea or your perspective of why you say that. Often what we do is we boost and we try and get paid partnerships with reputable brands like Red Bull as small businesses. How can we actually measure our performance in terms of sales? So these boosts actually transpiring into sales through these partnerships, because often we're paying for the boost, but it doesn't result in the sales that we expect at the end of the day.
Okay.
All right. Can I please answer
Yes,
this too, or else
yes.
I'm going to forget? Okay, with the first question.
It's the longevity, sustainability one.
Yes, I think one thing that those brands probably fell off of was because they started to rely on their name over their products and over their consumers.
Sure.
And that's where sometimes we can lose people, because just because you're a big brand, it doesn't mean people will always buy into what you're trying to sell. And it goes back to always servicing and catering the communities. One thing about big brands is that they may start off with one community, but as they grow, there's different communities now that they have to serve, because different people are buying into the brand. And it's always about how are you also serving those different communities and not treating them as one and thinking that your brand will, the name will stand. So yes,
Yeah.
it just goes back to servicing communities. I hope that answers your question. And then with the second question, you know, when it comes to paid media, you also need a strategy. You can't boost every post. Just because you created a graphic doesn't mean you must boost it. You need to also test it out. When you post it, does whatever you posted do well? Is there engagement? Are people even commenting and sharing what you're posting? And then once you see that success, then that's when you share it with the rest of the world, because it's proven that the people that have seen it do find it engaging. So I would say, even when you're looking at boosted and paid media content, look at the performance first before you decide whether you want to boost it or not. And then when you do boost it and the performance does well, it will most likely reach more consumers that are interested in the product. And also, when you're boosting your content, you also have to be specific. Who are you targeting? How old are they?
Yeah.
Where are they? Which platform? We have so many platforms out there. There's also boosting online on websites. You can't just use a generic approach when it comes to boosting. You have to be very intentional in finding the right channel for your boosted content as well.
All right, so we've run out of time. There were still so many questions. I do apologize. It's just indicative of how important the conversation you've had with us. Let's give Mbali a big round of applause. Thank you. I saw a couple of people out with their phones during our SMR moment. So I'm pretty sure that we're going to be seeing some posts going up. And it just was beautiful to see just in the flow. We have the last piece of our program now, which is the only panel of the day, which I think is quite an important question, which is what actually works in the market, right? So we kicked off the day with Kaya coming and talking to us about how do you think about marketing and branding. We spent the day thinking about how do we build communities. We spoke about digital tools. We spoke about AI. We spoke about a range of things. But what actually works? That's the conversation that we're about to have right now. I want to please ask, firstly, the 10 people before this round who had asked their questions, please can I have your hand up one more time? Please can I get some assistance from the team? Please keep your hand up. Let's give you some gifts. Thank you so much. Is there somebody else to help us move, please? Thank you very much. Keep your hand up. Shine. I'm seeing 14 hands now. Can I please have more gifts? I need more gifts from the back. Awesomeness. In that round of 10 that became 14, who didn't get? How many? 1, 2, 3. Then I want to add this last round. If you asked a question in this last round, all up. 1, 2. No second gift. If you've got one, it's okay. You didn't get? Yes. So please keep your hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 gifts, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to say a special goodbye to everybody who's joined us online. Can we give them a big round of applause? The live stream is ending. All right. As we ready ourselves for